Klein uses the unique environment above the gray fog to divine for clues to the clown potion, receiving a complex set of symbols that point to the Antigonus family's notebook. Clues to the clown potion. Klein performs a dream divination above the gray fog using the statement, "Clues to the clown potion." The dream reveals a sequence of seemingly unrelated, flashing scenes. Scene 1. A familiar fireplace and a rocking chair with an old woman sitting in front of a desk covered with newspapers. Interpretation. This is the house where Ray Bieber and his mother stayed, where the original Klein first saw a cadaver. Scene 2. A grayish-white warehouse with scattered white bones and squashed flesh. In the center is a fist-sized grayish-white brain-like object. Interpretation. This is Ray Bieber's hideout, and the brain-like object is likely Ray Bieber's remains. Scene 3. A naked corpse on a table with bluish, discolored patches on the skin. Interpretation. This is connected to the brand on the suited clown's wrist, referencing his fate and demise. Scene 4. Welch's living room, marble coffee table, leather couches, showing. Sub-scene A. The original Klein Moretti, the wealthy man Welch, and the beautiful young lady Naya discussing the Antigonus family's notebook. Sub-scene B. Welch and the Antigonus family's notebook with two other men. A middle-aged man with spiky brown hair and severe dark eye circles, identified as Hanas Vincent from the Divination Club. And an older gentleman in his 50s with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes, the third person. Interpretation and deduction. The connection. Klein realizes that nearly all the clues, Ray Bieber's fate, Welch, the original Klein, Hanas Vincent, are directly connected to the Antigonus family's notebook, even though he divined for the clown potion. The possibilities. Luring the secret order. The dream suggests Klein should use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the secret order, who pursues Antigonus relics, according to Roselle's diary, to appear, thus obtaining the clown formula. Formula in the notebook. The formula itself might be recorded directly in the Antigonus family's notebook, implying a deep connection, allies or enemies, between the Antigonus and Zaratel families, the secret order's leader. Hanas Vincent's role. Klein deduces that Hanas Vincent sold the notebook to Welch, explaining why the Nighthawks failed to trace the purchase through the antique market. Vincent's sudden death after the Nighthawks investigation is suspicious. Seer's essence. Through this complex interpretation, Klein feels he has mastered the true essence of a seer, which involves extreme caution in interpretation, like walking on thin ice. Digestion and plan. Potion digestion. Klein realizes his success in interpretation and his constant self-reflection, fear, are the key to the acting method. By constantly maintaining fear and respect towards fate, his spirit vision enhances, signifying the seer potion digestion is speeding up dramatically. The rules for digesting the seer potion include guiding others, maintaining respect or fear towards fate, and avoiding ego or pride. New clan. Find the third person who witnessed the notebook exchange. Continue acting to digest the seer potion quickly. Interact more with Mr. Azek to dig for insider information. Augmented drawing. To successfully search for the third person, Klein needs an accurate portrait. Since he cannot draw, he decides to pray to the fool above the gray fog. He uses a simplified, informal religioustic magic. The result. Above the fog, the symbol behind his seat shimmers and produces illusory prayers. Klein casts the portrait's image into the light. Back in his room, he receives a weak illusory power that moves his hand uncontrollably, allowing him to draw a lifelike portrait of the third person. Klein uses the augmented portrait to successfully gain a clue about the third person and confirms their link to the Antigonus family's notebook's origin. Seeking the third person. The lie. Klein visits the Divination Club and shows the portrait to Angelica, claiming he saw Hanas Vincent arguing with the man in a dream. Confirmation. Angelica immediately recognizes the man by his messy, thick eyebrows and grayish-blue eyes, confirming he was seen with Hanas Vincent about a month ago. This provides sufficient information for the Nighthawks investigation. Seer digestion sign. During the conversation, Klein summarizes his refined understanding of the seer's role, humility, fear, respect, and his spirit vision visibly enhances, confirming that his acting is successful. The Nighthawk's task. Klein presents the portrait to Captain Dunn Smith, claiming he found it as an accidental clue while investigating Hanas Vincent's death. Dunn orders Old Neil to make copies and tasks Kenley and Royale with investigating, using police cooperation, to find the man's name and identity. The Evil Dragon Bar connection. The visit. Klein goes to the Evil Dragon Bar to buy ritualistic magic supplies. Swain. He meets the boss, Swain, a former mandated Punisher captain and Imperial Navy officer. A crucial link. Klein spontaneously shows Swain the portrait. Swain remembers the man and reveals that he had asked me if I had documents or items related to the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range. Final deduction. This information connects the man to the Hornasis mountain relics. Klein immediately links this to the fact that someone had just returned the relevant monograph to the library before he borrowed it. The man in the portrait is not only the witness to the Antigonus family's notebook exchange, but also someone actively searching for Hornasis mountain relics. Klein pieces together the identity of the third person and decides to investigate, leading to a sudden and violent confrontation. The cloth merchant's identity. Deduction. Klein realizes the man in the portrait is the same person who borrowed the obscure historical journals related to the Hornasis mountain main peak from the Duweevil library. This is a highly specific, low-interest topic, making the coincidence too strong to ignore. The lead. Klein heads to the Duweevil library to check the borrowing records, using his identity as a probationary inspector. The name. The records reveal the borrower's information. Sirius Arapis, cloth merchant, residing at 19 House Street. The link. Klein connects this. Sirius living on House Street, same street as Welch and the Divination Club, provides the missing link between the banker's son, Welch, and the deep mystic, Hanas Vincent. Suspicion. Sirius borrowed the last journal issue the day before Hanas died and hasn't returned them, suggesting he may know of Hanas's death and is lying low. Klein surmises Sirius is either fleeing to Hornasis Mountain or waiting out the investigation. The underground market. Shopping. Klein first visits the Evil Dragon Bar's underground market to resupply his ritualistic magic materials. Amantha extract, holy night powder, slumber flowers, etc., spending most of his secret stash. Adamaisal. He briefly encounters Adamaisal, the monster who smells the scent of death, who panics and flees upon seeing him, reinforcing Klein's sense of devil. Familiar face. He spots a beautiful, sweet-looking young lady, the girl from the public carriage, kneeling before a stall, touching an ancient book titled Book of Witches in Hermes. Klein returns the borrowing records, intending to hand the new information over to Dunn, but is interrupted by the unexpected arrival of his target. The coincidence. As Klein is leaving the library, the man he is hunting, Sirius Arapis, enters, attempting to quietly return the overdue journals. The alarm. A librarian, who was likely shaken by Hanas Vincent's recent death and Klein's police investigation, sees Sirius's face and instantly loses control, shouting, "Officer, the criminal is here!" The chase. Klein curses the timing, but instinctively draws his revolver. Sirius reacts instantly, running toward a side oriel window instead of the main door, signaling that he is a beyonder trying to avoid confrontation. First shots. Klein misses his first shot, but lands the second demon-hunting bullet into Sirius's back as he jumps through the shattering window. The warning. Klein pursues Sirius into a small, lush alley. As he closes the distance, his seer instinct warns him of extreme danger. He notices Sirius's blood has turned black. The counterattack. Sirius abruptly stops and launches a monstrous counterattack, pouncing at Klein with incredible speed, 7 to 8 meters, revealing his face is covered in protruding warts and his mouth is drooling a putrid stench. The close-range kill. Recognizing the danger, Klein rapidly empties the remaining 4 demon-hunting bullets into Sirius's head at close range, shattering his face. The final blow. Despite the head wounds, Sirius struggles to stand. Klein, in a panicked reflex, grabs his cane and strikes Sirius repeatedly on the neck and head until the man collapses, finally still. Aftermath. Klein, panting and shaking, reloads his revolver before kneeling down to search the grotesque corpse. Klein finds a series of letters on Sirius Arapus's body addressed to a mysterious Mr. Z, which reveal crucial information about the Antigonus family and the seer pathway. Searching the corpse, Klein finds a wallet, keys, a sheathed dagger, an unused smoking pipe, and several neatly folded letters addressed to Dear Mr. Z. The contents of the letters. The letters contain Sirius Arapus's defense for selling the Antigonus family's notebook and his justification for his actions. Notebook's nature. Sirius claims the Antigonus family's notebook is alive and a wicked item that shows different contents to different people. He believes it only reveals its completed content to a descendant of the Antigonus family. The sale. He and Hanas Vincent sold the notebook because the content it showed them, trivial Antigonus matters, Nation of the Evernight general situation, and 3 sequence potion formulas they handed in to Mr. Z, was not worth the risk of keeping it. They sold it to Welch, who lived on the same street. Hanas Vincent's death. Sirius reveals that Hanas's death was not due to the notebook or his identity being exposed. It was because his silly female disciple, Selena, stole his secret incantation and performed a magic divination while a Nighthawk heretic was watching, referencing Klein. The seer pathway. The most shocking revelation is Sirius's belief that the Antigonus family's decimation was divined, and they must have left behind a secret treasure for revival hidden on the main peak of the Hornasus mountain range, which is one of the relics of the Nation of the Evernight. The pathway that the Antigonus family had in its grasp was the seer pathway? Mr. Z's identity. Mr. Z is implied to be a high-ranking member of Sirius's organization interested in the Antigonus treasure. The threat. Sirius closes the letter with a chilling line. When the end of days arrives, I will offer all of Tingen's lambs as a sacrifice to God. Signed, humbly, Sirius Arapus. Klein's deductions. 1. Antigonus-Zaratul connection. The Antigonus family also possessed the seer pathway. This explains why the secret order, led by Mr. Zaratul, who promotes the seer pathway, is pursuing the Antigonus relics. They are hunting the resources of a rival or predecessor on the same sequence path. 2. Clown potion clue. Since the Antigonus family had the seer pathway and Sirius confirmed they found 3 sequence formulas in the notebook, the clown potion is highly likely to be among those 3, confirming Klein's earlier dream divination. 3. The murmurs. Klein realizes the Hornasus murmurs he hears are connected to both being a survivor of Antigonus relic contact and being a seer pathway beyonder. 4. Action plan. Klein immediately decides he must use mediumship to extract the clown potion formula from Sirius's newly killed spirit before it disperses, viewing this as his best chance. Klein performs a ritual to contact Sirius's spirit and successfully obtains the Sequence 8 formula, but he also witnesses a terrifying symbol. The mediumship ritual. Setup. Klein quickly cordons off the area using his police identity. He then sets up a ritual circle around Sirius's corpse using the freshly acquired ingredients, holy night powder, amantha extract, etc. Adjustment. Klein adjusts the order of the ritual materials using holy night powder first to ensure Sirius's spirit is not purged, maintaining an environment that allows for communication. Spirit channeling. Klein enters a dreamlike state and touches the transparent remnants of Sirius's spirit, reciting the internal divination statement, the formula to the clown potion. The vision, clown potion. He is shown a vision of Sirius writing down the formula. Name, clown. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of torn apple juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock.
Main supernatural ingredients: 1 crystal of the single horn of a matured Hornassus gray mountain goat, and a complete stalk of a human-faced rose. The symbol and the true creator. The vision, the God. After writing the formula, Sirius unwinds his spirit pendulum, which is a thumb-sized human figurine with a single eye facing down, its legs bound by chains. The single eye suddenly flashes faint red. Forced exit. The scene shatters, and Klein is immediately forced out of the ritual, suffering a violent headache and extreme spiritual weakness. Deduction. Klein recognizes the symbol as belonging to the Aurora Order, which worships the true creator, and symbolizes him with the hanged giant. He theorizes that Sirius was a secret suppliant, sequence 9 of the Aurora Order, who suffered a loss of control upon injury, which explains his monster-like counterattack. Reporting to the Nighthawks. Arrival. Dunn, Smith, Leonard, and Kenley arrive. Leonard notes Klein's fate is tied to evil forces, and Klein mentions his dreams, Red Chimney, Palace, in passing. The report. Klein explains how he linked the clues from the evil dragon var to the library, leading to the unexpected encounter. He attributes the confrontation to the librarian's alarm. Mediumship result. Klein admits to channeling the spirit to prevent the information from scattering, but only reveals the vision of the hanged giant pendulum and the connection to the Aurora Order. He holds back the clown potion formula to secure a separate contribution award later. Dunn's order. Dunn confirms the connection to the Aurora Order and orders Kenley to bring Old Neil to investigate the body further. Klein sets up a cover story for his family and uses his private identity to investigate clues that the Nighthawks cannot. The family update. Tomato oxtail soup. Klein's siblings, Benson and Melissa, continue to rave about his cooking. Klein jokingly mentions expensive restaurants he hopes they can visit one day: Bonaparte, Coastline. The cover story. To explain his future schedule, Klein announces he will get a raise in 3 months because the police department intends to hire him as a part-time history consultant for an extra £2 a week. The rationale. This explains his need to study history further with his mentor at Coy University on his off days, creating a plausible reason for his future absences and his potential use of police documentation. Benson's motivation. Inspired by Klein's announcement, Benson vows to read Klein's grammar and classic literature books for at least an hour and a half a day, swearing on the goddess that he won't be a curly-haired baboon if he fails. Nighthawks routine meeting. The clown formula. Klein attends a routine meeting on Thursday. Kenley reports the investigation into Sirius Arapis. Sirius was a secret suppliant of the Aurora Order. The Nighthawks confirmed he and Hanas Vincent sold the notebook to Welch. They found 3 sequence potion formulas in his hideout: sequence 9 Seer, sequence 9 Apprentice, and sequence 8 Clown. Dunn's warning. Dunn Smith warns Klein to suppress his desire and wait the full 3 years before advancing, despite having secured the clown formula. Klein secretly notes that his acting method makes this wait unnecessary. Instigator Triss. Seekatron notes that Instigator Triss has likely fled Tingen. The private investigation. The target. Klein needs to investigate the Red Chimney, seen in divination, and the suspected psychology alchemists member who bought ingredients at the underground market. These are sensitive targets requiring a non-Nighthawk approach. Hiring a detective. Klein, wearing a mask and top hat, visits Henry's private detective company on Beswick Street. The tasks, using augmented drawings. Klein commissions 2 tasks using the lifelike drawings he created through the praying to self method. Find the Red Chimney house. Find the house matching his drawing and identify the owner-tenant. Cost £7. Time at least 2 weeks. Find the gentleman. Locate the gentleman matching the portrait who appears at the Evil Dragon Bar and identify his background. Cost £3. The expense. Klein pays a £2 deposit, leaving him with only £1 and 17 solely in his savings. Henry's suspicion. Detective Henry is impressed by the drawing quality, but suspects his mysterious client is an artist or sketch professional. Audrey Hall attends a social function in Backland and connects with another Beyonder who reveals herself to be part of the Psychology Alchemists organization. The Salon and Fours Wall. The introduction. Audrey attends a literature and music salon at Viscount Glynte's luxurious mansion. Glynt introduces her to Miss Fours Wall, the author of the popular novel Stormwind Mountain Villa, who Glynt claims is a real Beyonder. Audrey's analysis, Spectator. Audrey observes Fores's calm demeanor, called hands, unusual for an author, and superiority complex. She deduces that Fors voluntarily approached Glynt and is confident in their coming interaction. The Beyonder demonstration. The secret meeting. Audrey, Glynt, and Fors meet privately in the study. Fors's ability. Fors demonstrates her Beyonder power by approaching the locked door, seeming to turn incorporeal, passing through the door, and then re-entering by opening the lock from the outside. Audrey's confirmation. Audrey confirms Fors is a genuine Beyonder and rules out that she needs money or materials. She concludes Fors wants to use their status and influence. The offer and the mission. The offer. Fors, claiming to be a former doctor who became a Beyonder 2 years ago, offers to sell them a sequence potion formula and materials in exchange for a favor. The request. Fors wants Audrey and Glynt to save her partner, who is currently in jail awaiting a verdict. The justification. Fors claims her own abilities are not suited for the task, and she does not want to risk her life. Life is short, but there is much for us to do. The partner's crime, awkwardness. When Audrey asks the crime, Fors becomes awkward, stating her partner, a respected person, simply used a little over the top means to convince a thug. This heavily suggests the partner is a member of the Psychology Alchemists, an organization that uses mental control and manipulation. Chaunis Gate duty. Saturday shift. Klein starts his weekend duty guarding Chaunis Gate in the Nighthawk's basement. Dunn's final warning. As Captain Dunn leaves, he gives Klein a chilling final instruction. Remember, do not open Chaunis Gate no matter what you hear, unless it is opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens. Klein takes on his first overnight duty guarding the mysterious Chaunis Gate, where he encounters a sudden, alarming incident. Guard duty. Setting the scene. Klein is in the dimly lit duty room outside Chaunis Gate in the basement. He fights off sleepiness by drinking coffee, Fermo coffee from the Paws Valley, and reading. Reading material. He flips through a fashion magazine, Ladies' Aesthetic, and then picks up a novel, Stormwind Mountain Villa by Force Wall. Novel summary. Klein finds the novel starts like a romance, turns into a ghost story, then a detective novel, and finally concludes as a romance, causing him to sigh.
The incident at Chaunis Gate. The commotion. Suddenly, a series of violent thump, 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 and bang, bang, bang sounds erupt from behind the heavily engraved black outward swinging Chaunis Gate. Klein instinctively draws his revolver. He recalls Captain Dunn's chilling instruction, do not open Chaunis Gate no matter what you hear. He briefly wonders if this is a normal phenomenon. The slit. The commotion intensifies until the gate makes a sharp grinding noise and bulges outward, creating a small crack. Through the slit, Klein sees a small, arm-length figure, a cloth puppet wearing a black, miniature regal gown with a stain. This is sealed artifact 30625, the Misfortune Cloth Puppet.
The symbol. Before Klein can react, the puppet leans into the crack and unfurls a paper with many concealment symbols forming a vertical eye. The end. The puppet is suddenly dragged back by an unseen force, and the Chanas gate slammed shut, restoring the silence. Recalling the artifact, Klein recalls the description of 30625, the misfortune cloth puppet. Danger grade 3, considerably dangerous. Description: it brings misfortune and causes death in people around it. Crucial detail: the description explicitly states it doesn't have any living traits, and it doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal. The alarm. Klein immediately pulls the alarm rope, summoning the other Nighthawks from the second floor. The Nighthawks arrive to investigate the incident, and Leonard's deduction leads to a strong suspicion about the antagonist's notebook. The Nighthawks' response. Arrival. Leonard Mitchell arrives first, followed by Kenley and Royale. They immediately form an arc formation surrounding Klein, following protocol for a beyonder guarding the gate who might have lost control. Proof of sanity. Leonard recites a holy prayer to the Evernight goddess. Lacking clothes and food, the Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love to confirm Klein is stable. Klein's report. Klein recounts seeing the misfortune cloth puppet 30625 and the strange force dragging it back in. The deduction. Playing cards, fighting evil. Leonard, Royale, and Klein play cards to relax the tension while they wait for dawn. They begin deducing the cause of the puppet's abnormal behavior. Leonard's theory. Since 30625 has shown no lifelike traits for 40 years, the change must be recent. Leonard suggests the cause is the Antigonus family's notebook, which was stored behind Chanas Gate for one night recently. Royale's insight. Royale confirms that the defensive power of Chanas Gate is strongest at night, maintained by the sincere prayers of the church's daily followers. She also reveals that the ashes of Saint Selena, a high-sequence beyonder, are buried inside, adding another layer of defense. The force. The strange force that pulled the puppet back was the gate's inherent defensive mechanisms and nexus formations. Aftermath and doubt. Duty ends at 6 a.m. Klein writes the incident in the record book and prepares to leave, exhausted. Dunn's plan. Captain Dunn arrives and, after hearing a succinct summary, says he will send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral. The forgotten detail. As Klein leaves, he is suddenly struck by a realization. He forgot to tell the Nighthawks about the piece of paper with the vertical eye symbol. Conspiracy theory. Klein immediately wonders if some power influenced him to forget, specifically to stop him from telling the Nighthawks. He further questions why the puppet only acted abnormally now and whether its actions were directed specifically at him, a seer who contacted the Antagonist notebook. The dilemma. Klein is rooted to the spot, unsure whether he should pretend to forget and go home or risk sounding paranoid and immediately report the piece of paper to Captain Dunn. After the alarming incident at Chanas Gate, Klein prioritizes confirming the nature of the symbol he saw, leading to a crucial confirmation about the Antagonist treasure. The decision to verify. Prioritizing information. Klein decides to go home first to verify whether the misfortune cloth puppet intentionally showed him the vertical eye symbol. If the symbol was meant only for him, it holds immense significance. Family context. It is Sunday, and Benson and Melissa are preparing to attend Mass at St. Selena Cathedral. Klein makes small talk with Melissa, reassuring himself about the goddess's forgiveness towards Nighthawks. Divination above the gray fog. The ritual. Klein locks his bedroom, sets up a spirituality wall, and ascends above the gray fog, recalling the image. He writes the divination statement, the picture that the misfortune cloth puppet displayed. Through the dream, he clearly reproduces the moment the puppet unfurled the paper. The drawing. He draws the image on a piece of parchment, many mysterious symbols forming a vertical eye, looking sinister and mysterious. Divining the meaning. Klein then writes, this is key to the treasure that the Antagonist family left behind. Using the topaz pendulum, he receives an affirmation, clockwise spinning. Klein's theory. He deduces that since there are no remaining Antigonus descendants due to Ray Bieber's death, the sentient notebook views him, the living seer who came into contact with it, as its inheritor, using the puppet to give him the key. The cautious seer. Further divination. Klein attempts to divine the treasure's location, but only confirms its connection to the main peak of the Hornisus mountain range and the ancient nation of the Evernite, matching Cyrus's letter. The other prayer. Before descending, he notices a fluctuation from the crimson star of the brown-haired young man, the hanged man. He listens and understands a piece of the Jotun prayer, pray, save, father, and mother. He resolves to learn more Jotun to help him later. Rest. Klein finally sleeps until lunch. Reporting the incident. Selective disclosure. Sunday afternoon. Klein returns to Blackthorn Security Company, seeing Roseanne and Captain Dunn. Holy Cathedral's reply. Dunn informs Klein that the Antigonus family notebook has been reclassified as a Grade 1 sealed artifact, highly dangerous, meaning Klein no longer has clearance to read about it. Contamination check. Dunn confirmed the Holy Cathedral asked them to check for contamination, and they verified that only 30625 was abnormal, and it has already been resealed. Dunn specifically states they discovered nothing else. The result. Klein's selective disclosure was successful. Since the Night Ox found no other traces, the symbol was likely shown only to him. He decides to keep the vertical eye secret for now, nodding in thought and departing for the Divination Club. Klein makes a seer-like decision to avoid the Divination Club, while Selena and Elizabeth visit and accidentally discover Klein's secret identity. Life lessons and budgeting. Melissa's lecture. Selena and Elizabeth attend a lecture at the Municipal Hall by Xavier Hedda on family budgeting. The contradictory philosophy. The lecturer promotes the idea that women should respect the man of the household as the sole pillar, and that females are innately flawed when it comes to intelligence and logic. The escape. The three friends are speechless and quickly sneak out of the hall to go shopping, deciding to head to Harrods. The seer's dodge. Divination for the day. Klein, still focused on acting to digest his potion, decides to divine if going to the Divination Club would be beneficial. Coin flip. He uses a halfpence coin and silently recites, "It is suitable to head to the Divination Club today." The result. The coin lands with the number 1/2 facing up, indicating unfortunate incidents. Klein immediately turns around and heads home, feeling more like a charlatan. Selena's discovery. Selena's still feeling guilty over her teacher, Hanas Vincent's death and experiencing bad luck, decides she needs a divination at the Divination Club. The list. She and Elizabeth look at the list of members offering services. The name. Selena is shocked to see the name Klein Murray and recognizes it's the same as Melissa's brother. The headline. Upon hearing that Mr. Klein Moretti is not present, Selena jokes about the potential newspaper headline. Is it the decay of morals or a problem with society? History graduate actually ends up doing divinations over the weekends to make a living.
Audrey investigates the request from Force Wall, while Klein continues his own investigation into Mr. Ozick, leading to startling discoveries in both storylines. Audrey and Zio Derecha. The request. Audrey confirms that Force Wall's partner, Zio Derecha, is jailed in Backland's North Borough for grievous assault against a gang leader/usurer over a financial dispute. The facts. Viscount Glaint confirms Force's story. Zio Derecha was trying to mediate an unreasonable loan, and when threatened, she resorted to violence, severely injuring the man. Legal opinion. Glaint's lawyer suggests that acquittal is impossible without a medical certificate stating mental incompetence or underdevelopment. Audrey's thought. This talk of mental incompetence makes Audrey connect the dots. If the psychology alchemists practice acting, they might be found among psychiatrists. Susie's beyonder power. The scene. Hiding in a windy corner, Audrey observes her golden retriever, Susie. The shocking event. Susie opens her mouth, and the surrounding air vibrates, producing jerky, unmellow words. hello, and how are you? The confirmation. Audrey confronts Susie, who admits, I don't know how to explain. I am a dog after all. The revelation. Audrey realizes her pet has gained the ability to speak using extraordinary power, completely shattering her composure. Klein and Mr. Ozick. The meeting. Klein visits Coy University to speak with his former lecturer, Mr. Ozick, to understand why Ozick noticed the disharmony in his fate. Ozick's revelation. Ozick admits his divination was an excuse. He claims he is special and can sense the extraordinary because he himself possesses a strange ability. The lost memory. Ozick reveals that he lost most of his memory before entering Backland University. He only remembers his name and basic knowledge. He speculates his ability's price is to forget myself, to forget my past, to forget my parents. The contradictory dreams. Ozick describes his dreams, dark mausoleums with corpses growing white feathers, being a charging knight, being a feudal lord with a beautiful family, being a tramp, and sometimes having a different daughter. The theory of rebirth. Ozick suggests the Fina Potter Kingdom's Church of Earth Mother belief that life is cyclical and returns to the earth might explain his situation. He believes his dreams are of his previous lives. The final confirmation. Ozick stops and confirms the real reason he shared all this. Klein, you are not an ordinary person anymore. You possess an extraordinary, strange power, one very similar to mine. Ozick makes a request of Klein, and the Tarot Club reconvenes, where Audrey's new problem provides some amusement. Ozick's request. Confirmation. Klein confirms that he is a Beyonder, which Ozick had already deduced, noticing Klein and Captain Dunn during the initial investigation. The favor. Ozick asks Klein to use his connection to the Extraordinary Powers Circle to help search for clues regarding his origin. He feels vulnerable and afraid of taking risks himself. I don't have the courage to take that risk, so I can count on you. Plans. Ozick reveals he is going on summer break soon and plans to visit the Winter County, north of the Fasak Empire, not the sunny south, due to his bronze skin tone. Klein promises to pay attention to any clues. The Tarot Club, a pet with powers. The meeting. The Tarot Club reconvenes above the gray fog. Klein observes Justice, Audrey, is showing signs of worry, unease, and being a little lost, due to Susie. Audrey's question. Embarrassed, Audrey frames her question indirectly. What can a pet with Beyonder powers do for its owner? In other words, how useful is it? The awkward silence. Klein and the Hanged Man fall silently wondering if Audrey fed her pet a potion. The Hanged Man's advice. Alger breaks the silence, suggesting a spectator-type pet can be invaluable for observing or eavesdropping in private, unguarded moments. Audrey immediately realizes the enormous espionage value of Susie. Emperor Rossel's diary, page 3. Repayment. Audrey provides the third page of Emperor Rossel's diary, which she acquired from Force Wall. The content. Klein translates the short entry. 20th December. A new year approaches, but the feedback I receive is making me very confused and troubled. There is no crude oil in this world. There's no crude oil to be found. Klein analyzes Rossel's latest diary entries, which reveal fundamental technological limitations and the Emperor's eccentric policy ideas. Rossel's technological limitations. No crude oil. Rossel's diary confirms the biggest technological limitation of this world. There is no crude oil in this world. There's no crude oil to be found. Shattered ambitions. Klein realizes his financial plan, investing in a future modern industrial age, is half shattered. The absence of crude oil means no future internal combustion engine or advanced chemical industry. New plan. Klein adjusts his future investment strategy to focus mainly on electricity and magnetism, already proven successful with the telegraph. The Patriotic Health Campaign. Rossell discusses an elaborate capital sewer and public toilet enhancement plan and a patriotic health campaign
to mandate boiling water, washing hands, and using condoms, a humorous reflection of his Earth knowledge applied to public health. The mysterious organization. The final entry cuts off mid-fog. Perhaps I should consider that suggestion. Keep a back door for myself outside of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. For example, I could join that ancient and mysterious organization which influences the world from the shadows. Tarot Club discussions. Justice's questions. Audrey asks about two Beyonder pathways, a potion named Arbiter, a Beyonder who can pass through wooden doors and foil locks. The Hanged Man's counter request. Alger demands a favor in return. Investigate if the Loan Kingdom intends to launch a new war against the Faesac Empire on the east coast of Balam before June of next year. Audrey confidently accepts. The Hanged Man's answers. Phase through. The ability to phase through objects is likely a Sequence 9 apprentice, formula held by the Theosophy Order. Arbiter. The Arbiter sequence is held by the royal families of the Loan Kingdom, Augustus family, and the Faina Potter Kingdom, Castilla family. Audrey realizes this explains the authority and control the nobles exert over her. The Fool's Rule. Organization membership. Audrey asks if she is permitted to join another organization, like the Psychology Alchemists. The Ruling. Klein, amused by the idea of his Rebels Alliance, permits it, provided that the existence of the Tarot Club is not to be exposed. New member standards. Audrey asks about the requirements for new members. Klein pauses for a moment, then states that prospective members must be reported to him and he will decide. The command. Klein issues a final, stern command similar to Holy Scripture. You must remember, to non-gathering members, you must not speak my name without my permission. Klein returns to his normal seer activities and encounters a fraud case involving the con man Lenavis, which leads to an unexpected request. The daily routine. Motivation. After the stern meeting, Klein forces himself out of bed despite his fatigue, chanting, "I have the formula for the clown potion. All I need to do now is fully digest the seer potion." Divination. He performs a simple coin divination and confirms it's suitable to head to the Divination Club.
The Lane Vu's fraud case. The client. Klein meets a client, Glasses, and a distressed lady, Madame Christina, at the Divination Club. Klein immediately deduces that Lenevis, a fraudulent steel company investor Glasses had asked about previously, has run off. The scam. Lenevis fled Tingen with over £10,000, having fooled over 100 victims, including Glasses, who lost £50, and Christina, who lost £150. The steel mine he claimed to be excavating only existed on the map. Divination method. Klein performs an astrolabe divination, warning them to be patient and persistent, advising against succumbing to greed and anxiety. Police involvement. Glasses reveals they reported the fraud. The victims are pulling some money as a reward, £10 for a clue and £100 for helping the police catch Lenevis. Klein is immediately interested as he needs money for the private detective. The problem. Klein truthfully states he cannot divine Lenevis's whereabouts without specific personal items, as his name is likely fake. The shocking request. The return. After Klein finishes his work and is leaving, Christina returns with a young girl in a sun hat. The new clue. Christina approaches him and asks him, "Mr. Moretti, you said that you could try divining Lenevis's whereabouts if there was something belonging to him. Then, is his child something that belongs to him?" Klein is momentarily lost for words. Klein uses his seer abilities to advise on the Lane Vu's fraud case, which leads to a bizarre encounter with the swindler's pregnant lover. The clue of the child. The request. Madame Christina confirms that the girl with her, Magos is Lanevis's lover and is now pregnant with his child. She asks if the unborn child counts as something belonging to him for the purpose of divination. Klein's dilemma. Klein is inwardly cursing the swindler who exploited people financially and sexually. He confirms that a child that is already born could be used for divination, but they would have to wait several months, aligning with his previous divination of be patient and wait persistence. Christina's urgency. Christina is concerned that waiting months will make it impossible to recover the money. She pressures Magos to consider an abortion, noting the difficulty of raising a child whose father is a swindler. The pregnant woman's response. Magos's reaction. Magos is surprisingly calm. She touches her stomach and smiles gently, saying, "He is different from his father. He will be a considerate and likable child. He will kick me lightly every day, telling me his mood. He will even hum a song, whistle, and use music to help me sleep." Klein's suspicion. Klein immediately notes the last part sounds like the ravings of a mad woman. He suspects she may be mentally disturbed due to the trauma. He misses the chance to use his spirit vision on her as she leaves abruptly, saying perhaps Lanevis will return for the child. The Lanevis investigation. Reading the news, the next morning Klein reads the newspaper to memorize the swindler's appearance, justifying his early interest to Roseanne as part of a reward-seeking opportunity. Lanevis's appearance. Plump forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and spectacles with round lenses. And a faint smirk. He is unremarkable apart from the glasses. Nighthawk Protocol. Klein confirms with Roseanne that the case doesn't appear to involve supernatural factors and would likely go to the mandated punishers, Lord of Storms, if it did due to jurisdiction. And new mission. Captain Dunn informs Klein that Sika, Tron, and Fry have been sent on a paranormal incident in Westboro, but Klein is exempt from combat missions until he masters fighting, confirming his comfortable position of getting paid for only classes and working out. The Spectator and the Detective. Detective Henry. Days later, Klein meets Detective Henry, who confirms the second payment of £4 has been received. The Spectator's identity. Henry provides the first piece of crucial information. The man who bought the Spectator potion ingredients at the Evil Dragon Bar is Daxter Guderian, a doctor of the Green Hill Mental Asylum. The Red Chimney. Klein Henry reports that the Red Chimney investigation is still underway, costing Klein £7 for a little progress. Klein enacts a carefully planned encounter with Daxter Guderian to establish a relationship and gain an informant within the psychology alchemists. Setting the trap. Klein's strategy. Klein decides to confront Daxter directly, using a strategy of hiding the truth within the truth. He will be honest about what he knows, seeing him at the bar and his lack of ill intent, while withholding the real secret, the Tarot Club and his status as a transmigrator or seer. The confrontation. Klein visits Daxter Guderian's office at the Green Hill Mental Asylum. He introduces himself as Probationary Inspector Klein Noretti of the Owl Police Department and a member of the Tingan Nighthawks team. The reveal. Klein drops the bombshell. "Good morning, Mr. Spectator." Daxter is immediately alarmed, attempting to deny it. Klein's assurance. Klein holds his revolver as a threat deterrent, but maintains a sincere smile, assuring Daxter he can see his lack of ill intent. He explains his deduction, running into him at the Evil Dragon Bar and recognizing the supplementary ingredients formula. The proposal. Daxter's admission. Daxter, seeing his cover is blown, but the Nighthawk is being reasonable, relaxes and asks Klein's true motive. Klein's philosophy. Klein shares his honest philosophy. He does not view all unregulated beyonders as criminals, but they must be registered and monitored to prevent the risk of losing control. The cooperation terms. Klein proposes limited cooperation, regular reporting on his condition for his own safety or intervention, providing clues about any dangerous activities planned by beyonders or his organization, the possibility of exchange of valuable items or resources, the guarantee of a stable life and protection from prosecution via a proof of identity item. The informant. Klein skillfully provides a moral excuse. Daxter would be stopping something evil, merciless, and bloody, not betraying his organization. Daxter accepts the deal. Confirmation and reporting. Psychology alchemists. Klein directly asks if Daxter is a member of the psychology alchemists. Daxter replies yes, with no change in his emotional colors, confirming his honesty. The recruitment. Daxter revealed he was recruited by a patient, Hood Eugen, who was housed in the asylum but was clearly lucid. Captain Dunn's approval. Klein reports the successful recruitment to Captain Dunn, suggesting they develop Daxter Guderian into an informant for the Nighthawks or a hidden external member. Final instructions. Dunn praises Klein's handling of the situation, but reminds him to report such things immediately next time. He instructs Klein to keep this secret from Leonard and the others, per protocol, and confirms Klein will be the sole contact for Daxter Guderian. August ends, marking a period of stability and intense training for Klein, which is suddenly interrupted by a large-scale, mysterious case involving increased death rates. A Beyonder's routine. Physical training. Klein notes his physique has improved significantly due to daily combat training, footwork, punching, and force delivery, and marksmanship practice. The calm. After contacting the spectator doctor, Daxter Guderian, Klein's life has been surprisingly stable for 2 weeks. He focuses on routine, getting paid, researching mysticism, training, cooking, and divining at the club. This consistency is aiding his potion digestion.
Potion progress. Spectator, Audrey. Justice reports she has met 2 Sequence 9 Beyonders and is moving into their circles to potentially trade for more of Roselle's diary. She believes she is only 3 to 4 weeks from fully digesting the Spectator potion. Seer, Klein. Klein is digesting the Seer potion faster than expected. The strange sounds and visions have vanished during cogitation and spirit vision. He predicts he will fully digest the potion by next week. Future planning. Klein needs to accelerate his plan to acquire the Sequence 8 telepathist formula from Daxter Guderian. He also needs the clown potion ingredients, single horn of a matured Hornus's gray mountain goat, and a complete stock of a human-faced rose, but prefers not to file a special application to avoid drawing attention. The red chimney and Gawain. Detective Henry status. Klein's private funds have recovered to £7, enough for the final payment to Detective Henry, who promised to finish the red chimney investigation this week. The teacher. Klein visits his combat teacher, Gawain, who appears listless despite being only in his early 50s and financially comfortable. Klein muses on the disparity between Gawain's life and the possibilities available to someone with his resources on Earth. The group mission, abnormal deaths. The call-up. Klein is intercepted by Leonard Mitchell, who informs him that Captain Dunn requires him, Leonard, and Fry, corpse collector, for a mission. The case. The Tingen Police Headquarters compiled data revealing that the number of death incidents within the past 2 weeks are 5 times the normal rate.
Though initially investigated as ordinary, suicide, illness, accidents, the sheer quantity suggests a supernatural factor. The teams. Team 1, Klein, Leonard, and Fry, are tasked with investigating incidents in the West Borough, starting with Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. Team 2, Sika Tron, Wayal, and Old Neil investigate the North Borough. Captain Dunn stays at the security company for emergencies. First mission. Klein realizes this is his first group mission after becoming a Nighthawk. Klein, Leonard, and Fry begin their investigation into the suspicious deaths in Tingen's poor neighborhoods. Leonard's knowledge. Experience versus rank. Klein questions Leonard's extensive knowledge and air of experience, noting he's only been a Nighthawk for 4 years. The secret. Leonard explains that all members can request to read the Holy Cathedral's compiled records of supernatural encounters from different dioceses, records compiled every 6 months, a fact Dunn had not told Klein. Nightmare symptoms. Leonard clarifies that the captain's forgetfulness is a unique symptom of the nightmare sequence, where dreams and reality blur, requiring great effort to maintain memory of what is real. The investigation. Mrs. Lawes. The location. The team arrives at the true Lower Street of Iron Cross Street, a crowded, poor area rife with the stench of poverty and populated by wary, desperate residents. The victim. They meet Officer Bitch Mountbatten and proceed to number 134 to investigate the death of Mrs. Lawes, who earned a pittance gluing matchboxes. The family lives in dire poverty, even renting out a mattress space to a night shift worker for 6 pence a week. Lawes's testimony. The grieving husband reports that his wife complained of stuffy breathing or inability to catch her breath for 1 or 2 weeks prior to her death, which occurred suddenly after sunset. Police initially ruled it as a sudden illness. Fry's confirmation. Corpse collector Fry examines the body and confirms she died of a heart attack. The conclusion. Despite the appearance of a normal heart attack caused by stress and malnutrition, there is a supernatural factor in Mrs. Lawes's death. Klein attempts a high-risk ritual to divine the supernatural cause of Mrs. Lawes's death, while Fry and Leonard reveal more about the grim reality of poverty in Tingen. Mediumship and dream divination. The ritual. Klein combines mediumship and dream divination to access Mrs. Lawes's remaining spirituality. He chants the Evernight goddess's honored titles and prayers in Hermes. The vision. Klein enters the dream and contacts a translucent spirit. He views scenes from Mrs. Lawes's final days, constantly making matchboxes, holding her chest, gasping for air, and finally getting into bed and never waking up. The only clue. He finds no direct supernatural symptoms. The only unusual detail is a fair and slender hand, a woman's, briefly patting Mrs. Lawes on the back while she was buying black bread. Analysis. Leonard, assuming the role of a poet, sighs over the plight of the poor who cannot afford doctors. He interprets Klein's finding. The supernatural factor entered Mrs. Lawes when she was patted by a lady, Madam. Fry confirms there is no doubt the physical cause of death was a natural heart attack. The workhouse and compassion. Lawes's poverty. Lawes reveals he cannot afford to bury his wife yet and plans to keep the body in the room for a few days, moving her to the table when they eat. Fry's kindness. Corpse collector Fry silently leaves money for the burial next to the corpse, uninterested in Lawes's thanks. Klein muses that the poor are forced to violate the ancient law requiring cemetery burials, established to control water ghosts and rafts, because they cannot afford the minimum fees. The queue. They arrive at the workhouse in West Borough, where nearly 200 people are queuing in tattered clothes, some waiting since 2 p.m. Fry explains that workhouses have a 5-day limit and require hard labor, breaking rocks, picking oakum, to prevent dependency. Fry's past. Fry reveals his unusual depth of knowledge and emotion about the poor. I was once a pastor in a workhouse of the goddess. The Salas case. The incident. They investigate the case of Salas, a bankrupt man who attempted arson at the workhouse, resulting only in his own death by fire. The clues. Salas had been ranting about, "The Lord has given up on me," and "The world is too filthy," showing intense resentment and hopelessness. Divination. Klein performs a divination on Salas's case and finds no supernatural factors influencing the incident. A new possibility. Fry interjects, suggesting a non-supernatural link. Salas acted at the instigation of someone else, a beyonder who didn't take any supernatural measures. Klein agrees, recalling the instigator pathway, like instigator Triss. Leonard finally reveals his unusual insights, leading to a temporary trust pact with Klein and a critical new divination. The Pact of Protagonists. The secret meeting. Leonard pulls Klein into a secluded corner of the workhouse to talk privately. Leonard's philosophy. Leonard confesses he knows Klein is special, referencing his break from sealed artifact 2-09's influence, and reveals he is also a little different. He proposes a pact. They respect each other's secrets and judge each other only by their actions and motives, not their special origins. He believes they are both protagonists whose presence sets the wheels of history in motion. Klein agrees, sharing the same sentiment, agreeing to the pact while suppressing his immense curiosity about Leonard's secrets and the source of his arrogance and knowledge. The stolen life force hypothesis. The core theory. Leonard reveals his confidence. Mrs. Lawes and Salas were both fated to die soon, within the next 3 months, but their deaths were moved forward by a supernatural factor. Their life force was stolen. The motive. The harvested life force is being used for a terrifying, large-scale curse or to summon evil gods and devils. The killer's method. The culprit targeted people about to die naturally to hide their murders from the police and the churches, allowing them to proceed with the ritual undisturbed. The altar divination. Altar characteristics. Leonard, demonstrating deep knowledge of dark arts, describes the qualities of the ritual altar Klein needs to find. Thick aura of death. No living things within a 10-meter radius other than the culprit.
Temperature at least 5 degrees lower than the average. Cold, continuous wind. Stolen life force sealed by a wall of spirituality. The task. Leonard challenges Klein to use divination to find the altar's position based on these characteristics. The ritual. Klein, trusting Leonard out of necessity, returns home and performs a dream divination using the personal belongings of Salas and Mrs. Lawes and the statement, the position of the altar. The vision. Klein sees a hazy, fragmented scene that resolves into an image. A 2-story grayish-blue house bathed in sunset. First-floor windows are shut with dark, expanding, contracting curtains. Dark brown soil with nothing growing around the house. A dilapidated, shadowed garden. A river flowing silently nearby. Klein successfully uses divination to pinpoint the location of the enemy's ritual altar, leading the Nighthawks to a grayish-blue house by the Tussock River. Locating the altar. Klein's divination results. Klein describes the building from his dream to Leonard and Fry. A grayish-blue 2-story house with shut windows and drawn curtains on the first floor. It has a gloomy, dilapidated garden with no greenery, and it is located near a broad river, Tussock or Coy. Leonard's conjectures. Leonard suggests narrowing the search based on criminal psychology. A cautious criminal would select victims far away from the altar location. Therefore, they should exclude areas where the death rate has risen rapidly above average. Fry's confirmation. Fry analyzes the documents and concludes that the only region where the death rate rose rapidly is the West Borough. The target area. Klein deduces they should search the southwestern area of West Borough where the Tussock River flows. Arrival and command. Visual confirmation. The team rides along the river, and Klein spots the grayish-blue 2-story building with the gloomy garden and drawn curtains, confirming the divination result. Plan of action. Leonard instructs Klein to ride the carriage back to Zoutelen Street and summon Captain Dunn Smith for assistance, recognizing Klein's limited role as a rookie support. Fry concurs, citing Klein's need for combat training. A final divination. Before leaving, Klein divines for their outcome. What will happen here will lead to a good outcome. The coin lands on the king's head, affirming, providing cautious reassurance.
Leonard waves him off, calling him Naggy. Dunn Smith arrives. The briefing. Klein finds Dunn Smith sitting in the dark guest area of Blackthorn security. He quickly briefs the captain on Leonard's hypothesis, his divination, and the target building. The shift. Dunn initially tells Klein to stay put, but then quickly changes his mind, ordering Klein to lock the door and follow him. Klein's role. Dunn clarifies that Klein is to observe the atmosphere and potentially assist with ritualistic magic during the search, but he must remain at least 50 meters away from the building. The atmosphere. As they approach, the atmosphere is dark, eerie, and silent. Klein feels overwhelming tension and a sense of hidden, terrifying entities. The enemy's awareness. Trissy, inside the target building, a young maiden named Trissy, gentle and sweet-looking but with ordinary features, completes her skincare routine. A stream of blood seeps from her silver mirror. Sensing danger. This acts as a warning. Trissy quickly changes into a long black robe, assassin outfit, pulls up the hood to conceal her face, and uses shimmering powder to cast a concealment spell, preparing for battle. The Nighthawks engage Trissy, a powerful Beyonder and assassin from the Aurora Order, leading to a quick battle and a magical escape. The ambush and counter. Trissy's illusion. Trissy, concealed, jumps onto the windowsill. She sees Fry cautiously approaching the steel fence and silently moves to strike him from behind with a dagger. The revelation. As the dagger strikes, the scene shatters. Trissy realizes she had fallen into a dream, a common Nighthawk tactic. The attack. Trissy is still on the windowsill. She now sees all three Nighthawks, Fry, Leonard aiming at her, and Dunn Smith using his power, pressing his glabella, creating formless ripples. The escape. Before Trissy can fully wake, Leonard and Fry fire 3 accurate shots. Trissy uses a substitution spell, causing her figure to shatter into fragments of a rough silver mirror as she sprints to the first floor. The altar and the struggle. The altar. Trissy reaches the sacrificial altar, a round table with a bone figurine of a beautiful woman in the center. The figurine's hair is long and thick, with a single eye at the tip of every strand. Crude puppets with names like Joyce Mayer and 3 yellow-green flickering candles surround it. Interrupting the ritual. Trissy bows, quickly recites incantations, pushes away the puppets, and extinguishes the candles before grabbing the figurine. This action shatters the windows. The cold winds effect. The sudden, fierce, cold, sinister wind, the ritual's backlash or defense mechanism, slows the Nighthawks. Fry. His heels are grabbed by something invisible. He uses his corpse collector expertise to fire a silver demon hunting bullet accurately, regaining movement. Dunn. He is engulfed by a sentient curtain trying to suffocate him. He uses raw strength to tear it away and fires a shot, causing dark red liquid to ooze. Leonard. He struggles to recite his poems as the cold makes his teeth chatter. He is attacked by black vines and a bright red flower that smashes into his forearm, piercing his skin. Trissy's escape and Leonard's counter curse. The curse. Trissy, taking advantage of the chaos, uses a suspension-style ritual to conceal herself and slips past the Nighthawks. She quickly snatches the flower stained with Leonard's blood and flees toward the Tussock River. Leonard's action. Leonard, seeing his blood on the flower, realizes Trissy will use it for a blood curse. He frantically cuts his bleeding wound with his pulled-out fingernail, wraps the fingernail in his hair, and tosses the whole bundle into a corner where it burns into dust, a defensive ritual. The conclusion. Trissy, by the river, burns the blood-stained flower using black illusory fire and submerges herself in the Tussock River. Leonard enters the building and confirms. The target has escaped, but it's all right. Our primary objective was to stop the ritual. Dunn's assessment. Dunn examines the destroyed altar and the puppets, confirming Trissy's power and caution. He determines the enemy is at least a Sequence 7 Beyonder and confirms she is female. He then instructs them to signal Klein to approach. Klein approaches the danger zone and conducts initial rituals to soothe the spirits and gather clues, confirming the terrifying nature of the Beyonder they faced. Approach and atmosphere. Relief. Hiding tens of meters away, Klein is relieved when the enemy does not flee in his direction. After hearing Leonard's characteristic humming of a local tune, the agreed-upon signal, he begins to approach. Testing the signal. Klein pauses to perform a pendulum divination on the humming. The singing earlier was an illusion. The pendulum spins counterclockwise, confirming it is not an illusion and the all clear is genuine. The chill. Upon touching the metal fence, Klein feels a piercing chill, noting the area is just like winter, with white frost on the withered plants and soil, a direct manifestation of the ritual's after effect and the dense aura of death. The ghosts. Activating his spirit vision, Klein enters the garden. The twisted plants look like ghouls. As he proceeds, blurry, translucent shadows, the spirits of the victims, swarm around him, drawn by the warmth of a living person. He is terrified and rushes inside. Altar examination and comfort ritual. The scene. Inside the grayish-blue building, Klein sees Dunsmith examining the crudely made puppets on the round altar table. Fry is attempting to comfort the floating shadows, who seem to recognize him as a corpse collector and do not attack him. Leonard's poem. Leonard recites a soothing poem. Calm is the morn without a sound, which calms the restless, aggressive shadows. Dunn's assessment. Dunn confirms they stopped a terrifying curse ceremony. He instructs Klein to first prepare a ritual to comfort the spirits, then attempt to communicate with them for clues. The victim's identity. Klein notices every puppet has a name. He asks Dunn if he recognizes anyone, momentarily forgetting Dunn's poor memory. Dunn replies, Joyce Mayer, the survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy. The motive. Klein quickly deduces that the ritual was meant to curse all Tingen survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy, likely in revenge by instigator Triss for being exposed. Dunn confirms the ritual's range is limited to Tingen and the host is female, not Triss. The rituals. Klein sets up the altar with full moon essence oil and crimson sandalwood, creating a sealed wall, and prays to the Evernight goddess, mistress of repose and silence, to comfort the shadows. Results. The shadows are settled into a peaceful sleep, but attempts to communicate yield only fragments of what they saw before death, and the remnant images of the host were lost due to the disrupted ritual's backlash. The clues on the second floor. The search. The Nighthawks search the second floor and gather in a bedroom full of dresses, skincare products, and open boxes. The shattered mirror. Klein focuses on a shattered silver mirror on the dressing table, which the Beyonder failed to destroy completely
before fleeing. Mirror divination. Klein quickly sets up a ritual, praying to the goddess to briefly restore the mirror and show the figures it reflected over the past month. The image. The shattered pieces swirl back into place, and the mirror displays a figure, a gentle and sweet-looking young maiden with a round face. Her features are blurry, but Klein finds her unusually familiar. Klein uses further divination to link the suspect to Triss, leading Leonard to propose a bizarre but plausible theory about the demoness sect. Identifying the familiar face. Divining familiarity. Klein immediately divines on the source of the familiarity, the source of the sense of familiarity. The vision. He sees the same young lady at the public carriage stop on Daffodil Street, near Iron Cross Street, on the night the Nighthawks were chasing instigator Triss. The portrait. Klein sketches a portrait of the enemy from memory. Dunn confirms the woman is likely the instigator's partner. Leonards chimes in, noting the portrait is very familiar and looks a lot like instigator Triss. The transformation theory. The bold idea. Leonard drops his bombshell. I think that this person is instigator Triss. The theory. Klein quickly realizes the implication. Instigator Triss became a female. This would perfectly explain why Triss's trail abruptly vanished and why the organization is likely the Demoness sect, whose upper echelons are all female. Klein shivers, fearing such a potion. Divining Trissy's whereabouts. Dunn tasks Klein with divining the target's next appearance. Klein uses one of her dresses and the statement, "Trissy's whereabouts." The result: Klein's cane wobbles but fails to fall, indicating a powerful interference, lending strong confirmation to the Triss/Trissy identity and the Demoness sect's elusive nature. Klein's barbarian strategy. Wrap up. Dunn decides they can search for Trissy using normal means, clothes origin, police patrols, but acknowledges she will likely escape Tingen. The test. Dunn tests Klein, asking how he would have handled the mission if he, Leonard, and Fry were his only team members. Klein's strategy, the firepower plan. Divination to confirm the ritual was not immediately effective. Stick to observing. Notify the police to deploy personnel and 5 cannons. Bombard the entire building until it's leveled. Station the Nighthawks at different spots to intercept her if she flees the cannon fire. Reaction. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry are dumbfounded by the simple, decisive, and barbaric plan. Dunn admits that as longtime Nighthawks, they are too accustomed to relying on Beyonder powers and guns, forgetting about powerful conventional firepower when dealing with the supernatural. Return home. The walk. Klein and Leonard walk to the carriage station.
The relief. Klein returns home to find Benson studying and Melissa waiting up for him. The surprise. Despite leaving a note saying the security company would provide food, Klein is starving. Melissa, sensing the poor quality of work meals, had kept him a small lamb chop, a bowl of thick vegetable soup, and breadsticks. Klein is touched by his sister's care. Klein successfully divines Trissy's method of escape, but a crucial mistake based on Earth knowledge almost leads him to withhold the critical information. Gray fog divination. Preparation. Klein locks his room and seals it with a spirituality wall. He walks 4 steps counterclockwise and appears above the gray fog, feeling slightly tired from the day's rituals. The divination. Klein uses the brown goatskin and writes and recites the statement, "Trissy's whereabouts." The vision. In the dream state, he sees a steam locomotive spurting smoke and sparks. Trissy, looking gentle and sweet, is sitting by a window in a clean train carriage with a checkered fishnet hat on the table. Klein confirms Trissy is fleeing Tingen by train, but fails to discern the train number. He initially concludes the mysterious space only helps him eliminate interferences and doesn't significantly enhance the standard of his divination. He decides not to report this result yet, believing Dunn is already using the best available follow-up methods, wanted lists at major railway stops. The critical mistake and correction. The realization, morning. Arriving at Blackthorn Security the next morning, Klein realizes his error while looking at the gas lamps in the basement corridor, a mistake rooted in his Earth knowledge. Fact. In this world, almost no steam locomotives operate at night for human transport, as electric lights have not been invented. Mistake. He instinctively assumed his vision of Trissy on a train was current, happening last night, like on Earth. Correction. The vision was a scene from the future, meaning Trissy was taking a train today or the next day, the earliest train being 7 a.m. Reporting the tip. Klein finds Leonard and tells him straightforwardly that his divination revealed Trissy would leave on a steam locomotive. Leonard immediately realizes the urgency, no time to waste, and quickly goes to inform Dunn, framing the information as a reliable tip to protect Klein's unusual divination success. The Nighthawks leave. Klein watches Dunn gather the other Nighthawks and leave for the steam locomotive station. The seer potion fully digested. Philosophical reflection. Sitting with old Neil, Klein expresses his melancholy over the mistake, concluding, divination isn't all-powerful. Immediately after saying this, Klein experiences an illusory shattering noise. Something inside him dissolves, blending with his spirit. He feels intense hunger and thirst, followed by a mind that is more relaxed and pure. Sequence 9 completion. Klein realizes the seer potion is now completely digested. He is a real, complete seer. Klein begins subtly preparing the groundwork for his advancement to clown, while Trissy's escape is confirmed. New Beyonder abilities. New switch. Now a complete seer, Klein no longer needs a physical motion like tapping his glabella to activate spirit vision. He's successfully trained himself to activate it by clicking his left molar twice and deactivate it by clicking his right molar twice. The plan. Klein is frustrated as the early digestion disrupts his plan to advance to sequence 8, clown, a year later. He must find a convincing reason to explain his rapid advancement to the Nighthawk higher-ups to avoid suspicion and potentially help the other Nighthawks. Mission follow-up and laying the foundation. Trissy's escape confirmed. During lunch, Klein asks Dunn if they caught Trissy. Dunn's response? They failed to find her at Tingen Station, but a telegram from Backland confirmed she was seen in the first-class carriage of the earliest train. She disembarked mid-journey, confirming her cunning. Dunn's positive spin. Dunn assures Klein not to be depressed, noting they still disrupted the evil ritual and saved at least 40 innocent lives. Trissy can no longer commit crimes freely and will eventually be captured. The setup. Klein begins laying his foundation with Dunn by claiming he hasn't heard unwanted voices or seen unwanted visions for a week. He feels relaxed and has derived a set of rules for seers, believing this acting method is an effective way to gain control faster. Dunn's reaction. Dunn is puzzled and thoughtful, but intrigued by the remarkable gas and interesting trial. He slips into deep thought, seemingly forgetting Klein's presence again. Charm making. Training conclusion. Old Neil confirms Klein's mysticism lessons are ending and he can now create charms. Charm types. Klein's charms, limited to the Evernight Goddess domains, will be Slumber Charm, put someone to sleep, similar to Midnight Poet ability. Requiem Charm, soothes and deals with ghosts or vengeful spirits. Dream Charm, allows the wielder to enter another person's dream. The next challenge. Klein must now buy expensive materials at the underground market, hoping to succeed on the first try. The Clown Dilemma. Worry. Closing the door, Klein suddenly worries about his next advancement, Clown, sequence 8. He worries about having to join a circus to act as a clown, which would destroy his reputation, unlike the respectable occupation of seer. He temporarily avoids the issue as the advancement is a few weeks away. Klein continues his combat training and financial struggles while visiting the underground market for charm materials, only to be interrupted by a rampaging mandated punisher. Training and tactical ideas. Combat training. Klein diligently continues his revolver practice and intensive combat training with Gowan, running, weights, footwork, and punching. The result is increased exhaustion and a noticeable bronze tan. Modernizing weapons. During a break, Klein asks Gowan to teach him traditional weapon skills, straight sword, broadsword, etc. Gowan dismisses them as useless and eliminated by firearms. Klein's counter-strategy. Klein passionately argues against elimination, suggesting traditional weapons should be used in conjunction with firearms. He proposes a highly maneuverable squad designed for small-scale surprise attacks behind enemy lines, where warriors with diverse weapon skills and superior hand-to-hand combat would be crucial. Gowan's reaction. Gowan is deeply moved by Klein's articulation of modernized close-quarters tactics, which seem to echo his own frustrated military thoughts. However, he harshly punishes Klein for interrupting the break by ordering him to repeat the entire set of exercises 10 times. The underground market. Financial constraint. Klein is carrying 7 pounds, but must save 4 pounds to pay off his debt to the detective company, leaving him with 3 pounds and 5 solely for Beyonder ingredient shopping. Missing contact. At the Evil Dragon Bar's underground market, Klein notices that monster Adesimo is missing. The guard reports Adesimo has been lying around shivering and chanting dead, dead, all corpses, implying he saw something terrifying or is succumbing to madness. Shopping survey. He cues at the precious items room, or right side. The elderly man lists the exorbitant prices of available Beyonder ingredients, such as star crystal, 150 pounds, and human-faced rose, 280 pounds. The budget crisis. He finds nothing he wants that he can afford with his meager budget. He realizes he is likely the poorest boss among all the secret organizations and resolves to obtain future ingredients through the Nighthawks, Justice, or the Hanged Man. Purchases. He buys the necessary common ritual ingredients to make charms, a partially finished silver piece, herbal powders, and natural ores, spending 1 pound and 15 solely. His private stash is now 5 pounds and 10 solely. The emergency. Old Neil arrives. As Klein is leaving, Old Neil enters. The boss of the Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, ex-mandated Punisher captain, suddenly approaches them with a grave expression. The call to action. Swain, who smells of alcohol, urgently informs them, a member from the mandated Punishers has lost control nearby. We have to finish him before he harms any commoners. Duty over differences. Klein is shocked. He notes that the half-retired Old Neil immediately agrees to help without attempting extortion, driven by a deep sense of duty to stop supernatural harm regardless of the person's affiliation. Klein, Old Neil, and Swain confront the mandated Punisher who lost control and transformed into a powerful aquatic monster. Encountering the Rampager. The target. Swain leads them to a cargo ship in the harbor. The target is a Beyonder who has transformed into a Rampager. That is, a Beyonder who has lost control. The plan. Swain instructs Klein and Old Neil to influence him and bring him under control, leaving the final takedown to him. The slumber charm. Old Neil gives Klein a slumber charm, a piece of silver carved with Hermes incantations, and teaches him the activation phrase, Evernight in ancient Hermes. This calms Klein's nerves.
The monster. As they board the ship, a figure is hurled from a shattered cabin. The monster emerges, over 1.8 meters tall, with a wrinkled head, dark green scales covering its ankles, and webbed limbs. It is coated in a sticky, corrosive fluid. The battle and takedown. Swain's fight. Swain, despite his ridiculous muscles, is unable to inflict serious physical harm on the scaled monster. He is reduced to dodging and staggering, but Klein realizes Swain is accumulating something and waiting for a moment to strike. Klein's shot. The monster charges toward an opening, intending to jump into the Tussock River. Klein shoots with a silver demon-hunting bullet, but it fails to fully penetrate the tough scales. The charm's effect. The monster pounces on Klein, but he rolls out of the way. Old Neil, despite the danger, calmly tosses his own slumber charm at the creature, reciting Evernight. The charm explodes in dark red flames, releasing a deep, serene power. The monster's movements become sluggish and rocky. Klein's charm. Klein quickly retrieves his own slumber charm, recites Evernight, and throws it. The monster, already jumping into the air, is struck by the charm, which explodes and causes it to fall onto the dock, squirming in a half-asleep state. The killing blow. Swain charges, jumps over the ship's side, and tightens his muscles, allowing a suppressed power to erupt. He descends and lands a heavy fist on the monster's head. Crack! The monster's skull shatters, spraying blood and brain matter laced with green fluid. Aftermath. Klein realizes Swain's attack was an ability similar to the Folk of Rage, Sequence 8 of the mandated Punisher pathway. Swain, looking considerably older and hunched, pours the rest of his liquor over the corpse. Old Neil reveals the Rampager had been a devoted mandated Punisher for nearly 30 years, highlighting the tragedy of losing control. Since advancing to clown, Sequence 8, requires the Beyonder to truly act as a clown, and joining a circus is unsuitable for Klein's reputation and security as a Nighthawk, here are plausible, less damaging methods for him to fulfill the potion's requirement. The street entertainer, masked. Concept. Klein can adopt a simple, distinct persona, perhaps a silent masked mime or a stage magician, who performs tricks and acts of folly in discreet, lower-class districts like the harbor or market streets, where he is less likely to be recognized by his professional or social circle. Action. This fulfills the performance and entertainment aspect of the clown pathway while minimizing reputational damage, especially if the mask or heavy theatrical makeup renders him unrecognizable. The divination showman. Concept. He can evolve his current seer persona at the divination club into a theatrical spectacle. Instead of simple advice, he can incorporate exaggerated comedic gestures, visual illusions, or sleight of hand tricks into his readings to make them more entertaining. Action. This directly integrates the clown traits, agility, performance, and misdirection into his cover identity, making the transition seamless and less conspicuous. The prankster of justice. Concept. Since the clown pathway is about agility, misdirection, and balance, he can focus on internalizing the spirit of the clown, using tricks, confusion, and humor to achieve a goal. He could become the eccentric Nighthawk, using harmless but absurd pranks like switching objects or performing unexpected feats of balance or agility within the safe confines of the Blackthorn Security Company to relieve tension and confuse his teammates. Action. This satisfies the acting requirement by incorporating the persona into his daily professional life, though he must be careful not to reveal true Beyonder abilities. Supporting role in theatricals. Concept. He could secretly join a small amateur theatrical group or a traveling puppet show as a background performer or stagehand who occasionally performs a small, masked comedic role. Action. This provides a focused, contained environment for performance without the long-term commitment or high visibility of a professional circus. Given Klein's current cover as a seer, the divination showman or street entertainer masked would be the most effective and safest choices. Returning from the Rampager confrontation, Klein reflects on the heavy burdens of the Nighthawk life. Meanwhile, Audrey attends a secret Beyonder gathering in Backland. Reflection and teammates. The price of peace. Klein watches Swain and the remaining mandated Punishers deal with their fallen comrade and feels a profound sadness. He realizes the sacrifices of Nighthawks and Punishers are often hidden, and he must confront the possibility that a teammate could be his enemy one day. Old Neil's wisdom. Old Neil reveals he suffered a small cut from shrapnel and then shares a terrifying past encounter where a zombie grabbed his throat during a patrol. The lesson. Old Neil explains that the key to survival is not just self-reliance, but trust in your teammates. Dunn was the one who dragged the zombie into a slumber, saving Old Neil. Klein notes that Old Neil is unusually wise today. Home life and the maidservant. Arrival. Klein returns to Daffodil Street to find Melissa has just returned from a practical lesson. He feels an immediate sense of relaxation and warmth. The alarm. They both realize Benson is cooking dinner.
Benson assures them his cooking is simple, but Klein and Melissa exchange glances hinting at their low confidence in his culinary skills. The decision. Klein seizes the moment to push for a necessary change, hiring a maidservant who can cook, arguing it's unhealthy to rely on late and experimental meals. Benson agrees, and they decide to visit the Tingen Family Servant Assistants Association. Klein freezes momentarily, almost removing his coat, and remembers the revolver in his armpit holster, a continuous hazard to his civilian cover. Audrey Hall, The Secret Gathering. The Disguise. In Backlink, Audrey attends Viscount Glaint's party. She excuses herself, and with help from her maid Annie, who reminds her to be back within an hour, she puts on a black hooded robe and a blue boat-shaped soft hat with a fine checkered fishnet to conceal her features, a look she finds very cool. The Destination. Glaint, who is accompanying her, compliments her dress, noting it is very cool, a quote Emperor Rossel often used. They arrive at a secluded house. Outside, Audrey meets apprentice Forswall and her friend, arbiter Zio Derecha. Zio, though small, looks dignified in a night training suit. A triangular blade falls from Zio's clothing. Zio picks it up, explaining seriously, "These are tools to convince those bastards to talk to us calmly," a humorous look at the arbiter's need to maintain order. Entry. They enter the house after knocking, 3 long and 2 short times. The room is filled with people hiding their identities with hoods and masks. Mr. A. Audrey instantly notices a black-robed man on a single-seat sofa who seems to command the room. She uses her spectator state and is disgusted by his lecherous gaze that slides over the women like slippery tentacles. Forrest introduces him as Mr. A, a powerful beyonder, the leader of this secret gathering. Audrey, thrilled by the cheap prices, buys a segment of Rossel's diary and deduces critical information about the attendees, particularly Zio Derecha and Mr. A. The market and prices. The blackboards. Forrest explains that the 2 blackboards display the anonymous requests and items for sale and their rough prices. Shocking prices. Audrey is both shocked and ecstatic by the prices, realizing Beyonder ingredients are being sold for far less than she imagined. Emperor Rossel's notebook, £20. She wants it. Dust of Vengeful Spirits, £165. Formula for Sequence 8, Sheriff, £450. Wealth Calculation. Audrey, who has an annual income of £15,000 to £25,000 from her trust fund, internally exclaims, "The prices are just too cheap," and thinks, "I want it all." The first purchase. Rossel's diary. Audrey expresses interest in Emperor Rossel's notebook, diary pages, claiming she loves him and believes the symbols hold mysterious power, though she knows Mr. Fool said they are useless. Transaction. The seller, a young man, immediately stands up excitedly, having found someone who shares his passion. Audrey buys the 3 pages for £20. She is careful to confirm that Mr. A will not allow any fraud. Deductions and observations. Mr. A's gaze. Audrey carefully observes Mr. A, still feeling his lecherous gaze. She realizes he...
The monster. As they board the ship, a figure is hurled from a shattered cabin. The monster emerges, over 1.8 meters tall, with a wrinkled head, dark green scales covering its ankles, and webbed limbs. It is coated in a sticky, corrosive fluid. The battle and takedown. Swain's fight. Swain, despite his ridiculous muscles, is unable to inflict serious physical harm on the scaled monster. He is reduced to dodging and staggering, but Klein realizes Swain is accumulating something and waiting for a moment to strike. Klein's shot. The monster charges toward an opening, intending to jump into the Tussock River. Klein shoots with a silver demon-hunting bullet, but it fails to fully penetrate the tough scales. The charm's effect. The monster pounces on Klein, but he rolls out of the way. Old Neil, despite the danger, calmly tosses his own slumber charm at the creature, reciting Evernight. The charm explodes in dark red flames, releasing a deep, serene power. The monster's movements become sluggish and rocky. Klein's charm. Klein quickly retrieves his own slumber charm, recites Evernight, and throws it. The monster, already jumping into the air, is struck by the charm, which explodes and causes it to fall onto the dock, squirming in a half-asleep state. The killing blow. Swain charges, jumps over the ship's side, and tightens his muscles, allowing a suppressed power to erupt. He descends and lands a heavy fist on the monster's head. Crack! The monster's skull shatters, spraying blood and brain matter laced with green fluid. Aftermath. Klein realizes Swain's attack was an ability similar to the Folk of Rage, Sequence 8 of the mandated Punisher pathway. Swain, looking considerably older and hunched, pours the rest of his liquor over the corpse. Old Neil reveals the Rampager had been a devoted mandated Punisher for nearly 30 years, highlighting the tragedy of losing control. Since advancing to clown, Sequence 8, requires the Beyonder to truly act as a clown, and joining a circus is unsuitable for Klein's reputation and security as a Nighthawk, here are plausible, less damaging methods for him to fulfill the potion's requirement. The street entertainer, masked. Concept. Klein can adopt a simple, distinct persona, perhaps a silent masked mime or a stage magician, who performs tricks and acts of folly in discreet, lower-class districts like the harbor or market streets, where he is less likely to be recognized by his professional or social circle. Action. This fulfills the performance and entertainment aspect of the clown pathway while minimizing reputational damage, especially if the mask or heavy theatrical makeup renders him unrecognizable. The divination showman. Concept. He can evolve his current seer persona at the divination club into a theatrical spectacle. Instead of simple advice, he can incorporate exaggerated comedic gestures, visual illusions, or sleight of hand tricks into his readings to make them more entertaining. Action. This directly integrates the clown traits, agility, performance, and misdirection into his cover identity, making the transition seamless and less conspicuous. The prankster of justice. Concept. Since the clown pathway is about agility, misdirection, and balance, he can focus on internalizing the spirit of the clown, using tricks, confusion, and humor to achieve a goal. He could become the eccentric Nighthawk, using harmless but absurd pranks like switching objects or performing unexpected feats of balance or agility within the safe confines of the Blackthorn Security Company to relieve tension and confuse his teammates. Action. This satisfies the acting requirement by incorporating the persona into his daily professional life, though he must be careful not to reveal true Beyonder abilities. Supporting role in theatricals. Concept. He could secretly join a small amateur theatrical group or a traveling puppet show as a background performer or stagehand who occasionally performs a small, masked comedic role. Action. This provides a focused, contained environment for performance without the long-term commitment or high visibility of a professional circus. Given Klein's current cover as a seer, the divination showman or street entertainer masked would be the most effective and safest choices. Returning from the Rampager confrontation, Klein reflects on the heavy burdens of the Nighthawk life. Meanwhile, Audrey attends a secret Beyonder gathering in Backland. Reflection and teammates. The price of peace. Klein watches Swain and the remaining mandated punishers deal with their fallen comrade and feels a profound sadness. He realizes the sacrifices of Nighthawks and punishers are often hidden, and he must confront the possibility that a teammate could be his enemy one day. Old Neil's wisdom. Old Neil reveals he suffered a small cut from shrapnel and then shares a terrifying past encounter where a zombie grabbed his throat during a patrol. The lesson. Old Neil explains that the key to survival is not just self-reliance, but trust in your teammates. Dunn was the one who dragged the zombie into a slumber, saving Old Neil. Klein notes that Old Neil is unusually wise today. Home life and the maidservant. Arrival. Klein returns to Daffodil Street to find Melissa has just returned from a practical lesson. He feels an immediate sense of relaxation and warmth. The alarm. They both realize Benson is cooking dinner. Benson assures them his cooking is simple, but Klein and Melissa exchange glances, hinting at their low confidence in his culinary skills. The decision. Klein seizes the moment to push for a necessary change, hiring a maidservant who can cook, arguing it's unhealthy to rely on late and experimental meals. Benson agrees, and they decide to visit the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. Klein freezes momentarily, almost removing his coat, and remembers the revolver in his armpit holster, a continuous hazard to his civilian cover. Audrey Hall, The Secret Gathering. The Disguise. In Backlank, Audrey attends Viscount Glaint's party. She excuses herself, and with help from her maid Annie, who reminds her to be back within an hour, she puts on a black hooded robe and a blue boat-shaped soft hat with a fine checkered fishnet to conceal her features, a look she finds very cool. The Destination. Glaint, who is accompanying her, compliments her dress, noting it is very cool, a quote Emperor Rossel often used. They arrive at a secluded house. Outside, Audrey meets apprentice Forswall and her friend, Arbiter Zio Derecha. Zio, though small, looks dignified in a night training suit. A triangular blade falls from Zio's clothing. Zio picks it up, explaining seriously, "These are tools to convince those bastards to talk to us calmly." A humorous look at the Arbiter's need to maintain order. Entry. They enter the house after knocking, 3 long and 2 short times. The room is filled with people hiding their identities with hoods and masks. Mr. A. Audrey instantly notices a black-robed man on a single-seat sofa who seems to command the room. She uses her spectator state and is disgusted by his lecherous gaze that slides over the women like slippery tentacles. Forrest introduces him as Mr. A powerful beyonder, the leader of this secret gathering. Audrey, thrilled by the cheap prices, buys a segment of Rossel's diary and deduces critical information about the attendees, particularly Zio Derecha and Mr. A. The market and prices. The blackboards. Forrest explains that the 2 blackboards display the anonymous requests and items for sale and their rough prices. Shocking prices. Audrey is both shocked and ecstatic by the prices, realizing Beyonder ingredients are being sold for far less than she imagined. Emperor Rossel's notebook, £20. She wants it. Dust of Vengeful Spirits, £165. Formula for Sequence 8, Sheriff, £450. Wealth calculation. Audrey, who has an annual income of £15,000 to £25,000 from her trust fund, internally exclaims, "The prices are just too cheap," and thinks, "I want it all." The first purchase. Rossel's diary. Audrey expresses interest in Emperor Rossel's notebook, diary pages, claiming she loves him and believes the symbols hold mysterious power, though she knows Mr. Fool said they are useless. Transaction. The seller, a young man, immediately stands up excitedly, having found someone who shares his passion. Audrey buys the 3 pages for £20. She is careful to confirm that Mr. A will not allow any fraud. Deductions and observations. Mr. A's gaze.
Audrey carefully observes Mr. A, still feeling his lecherous gaze. She realizes
he is not looking through her clothes, but that his sense of sight is exceptional, allowing him to perceive her clearly despite the hood, as if she were being viewed at a close distance. Zio's need. Audrey deduces that Zio DeRacha, who frequently glances at the 450-pound price tag for the Sheriff Sequence 8 Arbiter formula, is likely broke and desperately needs money, as her potion should be fully digested. The requests. Audrey writes her request, claiming she is seeking the formulas for Spectator and the Sequence 8 Telepathist to conceal the existence of the Tarot Club. Viscount Glaint requests the Apothecary formula, prioritizing health. The break and the fool's warning. Mr. A's offer. Mr. A sends Audrey a note. Are you interested in the formulas of other Sequence 9 potions? Audrey haughtily refuses, writing, I am only interested in Spectator. Mr. A silently burns the note. The enthusiast. The young man who sold her the diary approaches, claiming he tattooed the symbols onto himself and gained stronger and more healthy abilities. Audrey recalls Mr. Fool's warning that the symbols are generally useless and dismisses the youth with pity. The end of the night. Return. Audrey leaves the gathering, returning to Glaint's mansion and then her own home. The final clue. As she prepares to ask Annie for hot water, her dog Susie shoots her a look, suggesting the dog, perhaps a beneficiary of the Spectator pathway, is already showing minor supernatural consciousness. Susie, the telepathist. Political intelligence. After her secret meeting, Audrey confirms her successful influence on the king and prime minister through her dog, Susie, who has acquired telepathist powers and listened to her father, the count, discussing politics with members of parliament. The Reformation. Susie confirms the king and prime minister have agreed to temporarily give up on revenge against the Fasak Empire and are prioritizing civil servant selection reform via examination before October, the first major change Audrey helped incite. Reward. Audrey rewards Susie with a bag of Backland Pet Care Company dog biscuits. Susie, displaying human-like decision-making, struggles to balance her instinct to eat with her current identity before running off to enjoy the snack in private. Investigating Adam Miesel. The revisit. On Sunday, Klein returns to the Evil Dragon Bar's underground market to investigate monster Adam Miesel, who he failed to contact during the Rampager incident. Adam Miesel's state. Klein finds Adam Miesel shivering violently, looking pale and weak. Using spirit vision, Klein sees a strong aura of fear and anxiety and almost no blue color representing rationality. His astral projection is a unified, transparent, and colorless light, a unique trait of a naturally born monster. The nightmare. Adam Miesel reveals he had a dream of blood everywhere and corpses scattered everywhere, including himself. He is consumed by the fear of death. Failure to engage. Adam Miesel is so terrified that he squats down, curls into a fetal position, and screams wildly, forcing Klein to pretend he was simply passing by. Next steps. Klein decides to report the cryptic disaster vision to Captain Dunn, but realizes he must wait until Mr. Azik returns from vacation for more specialized advice. The Wraiths of Lamood Town. The Divination Club. Klein goes to the Divination Club, using the visit to fulfill his plan of foreshadowing his potion digestion and making ½ pound in fees. He is still constrained by charging only 8 pence to avoid violating the seer principles he summarized. Elizabeth. His customer is Elizabeth, his sister Melissa's good friend, who is surprised to see him working there. The aura and diagnosis. Klein secretly uses his spirit vision and notices a faint layer of gloomy green in Elizabeth's energy field, a symptom of being haunted by spirits or wraiths. The symptoms. Klein directly asks about repetitive nightmares, which Elizabeth confirms. Her dream involved a knight in full black armor with a huge broadsword and glowing red eyes who constantly closes the distance on her. The origin.
The nightmares began after she visited an abandoned ancient castle in Lotm town during her vacation. She believes she left blood behind after being cut by brambles, which Klein confirms, yes. Klein uses a dream charm to enter Elizabeth's dream, confirms the presence of a wraith, and reports the case to Captain Dunn, leading to a new mission. Dream divination. The method. Elizabeth willingly agrees to the dream divination. She closes her eyes and leans forward onto the table's edge to sleep, while Klein monitors her aura. The charm. Once she's asleep, Klein takes out a semicircular dream charm made of silver that he finished that morning. He sets its activation phrase to Crimson. The cost. He activates the charm, and a silent, deep, serene black flame envelops the charm, burning it away. Klein feels the pinch, noting that the materials alone cost 6 to 8 soldi per charm. Using these charms is akin to burning money. The dream scene. Klein's spirituality enters the dream, which presents as a yellowish-brown plain littered with human and horse corpses. Elizabeth is there, talking excitedly. The wraith. The black-armored knight appears, dragging his broadsword. Klein identifies the entity as the will of a wraith, stronger than a shadow but weaker than an evil spirit. Klein shatters the dream to end the session. The outcome. Klein reassures Elizabeth that her nightmares should disappear within a week, and she happily pays her 8 pence fee before complaining about pins and needles from sleeping on the table. The new mission. Reporting to Dunn. Klein returns to Blackthorn Security and reports the 2 incidents to Captain Dunn. Adam Miesel's disaster vision. Dunn promises to report the vague disaster vision to the Holy Cathedral for interpretation. Elizabeth's wraith. Dunn confirms Elizabeth's case is theirs since she's a believer of the Evernight goddess. The team. Dunn decides they must go to Lotm town right away, bringing Fry, corpse collector, whose abilities are useful against spirits and ghosts. Sealed artifact. Dunn surprisingly remembers the code name for sealed artifact 30782, the mutated sun's sacred emblem, which constantly purifies corpses and spirits within a 15-meter radius, though it turns commoners into praising idiots after an hour. The question. Dunn looks at Klein and asks, "You went to the divination club again today. Did you feel any changes over the past 2 days?" Directly asking about the acting method foundations Klein had been laying. Captain Dunn has directly asked about the changes Klein is experiencing due to the acting method. The next logical step is for Klein to address this and then immediately begin the new mission. Klein confirms his successful potion digestion to Dunn, and the 3 Nighthawks head to Lotm town, where Captain Dunn uses a clever tactic to defeat the wraith. The digested potion. Klein's answer. Klein uses Dunn's question as a perfect opportunity to establish his progress. He states he feels even better and can pass the Holy Cathedral's examination right now, attributing his success to strictly following the derived seer principles and acting as a fortune teller. The crucial insight. Klein suggests the name of a potion is really crucial, noting that his acting method made everything perfect and easy. He can now activate his spirit vision in an even more inconspicuous manner. Dunn notes the phrase, "the name of the potion," thoughtfully. Setting off. Klein chooses not to waste time informing his family, asking only for a quick detour to Daffodil Street before they head off. Dunn accepts and goes to retrieve sealed artifact 30782. The team. Klein wakes the cold and gloomy corpse collector, Fry, who quickly readopts his professional demeanor. The mutated sun's sacred emblem, 30782. The artifact. Dunn returns with the ancient dark gold badge engraved with the sun symbol, the mutated sun's sacred emblem, 30782, originally from the Intis Republic, the Kingdom of the Sun. The constraint. Dunn notes that their regular driver, Cesare, is an ordinary person and cannot withstand the sacred emblem's purification for more than an hour. It causes mental degeneration. Since the trip to Lotm town is 2.5 hours, Fry must drive. Arrival at Lotm town. They arrive as the sun sets. Dunn learns the castle ruins are a 15-minute walk away, and the locals attribute it to a 4th epoch feudal lord. Confronting the wraith. The chill. As they approach the ruins, Klein immediately feels a piercing chill and goosebumps. Fry confirms there really is a wraith. The attack. Inside the dim, gloomy hall, an illustrious, piercing roar erupts, and a cloud of black fog materializes into the black-armored knight Wraith Klein saw in the dream. The Wraith wields a huge broadsword, and two flame-like red eyes glare through his helmet. Initial failures. Dunn fires his custom-made revolver, but the silver demon-hunting bullet fails to penetrate the elusive armor. The Wraith easily knocks Dunn away with a horizontal swing, causing him to spew fresh blood and drop 30782. The Wraith quickly kicks the dangerous badge out of the 15-meter radius. Klein's shot at the Wraith's eyes hits the helmet and only produces sparks. Fry instructs him to aim at the right gauntlet. The dream stratagem. The collision. The Wraith charges Klein, who subconsciously fires again. The Wraith easily blocks the bullets and collides with Klein, who is sent flying, seemingly spitting blood and screaming. The realization. Klein instantly snaps out of his daze, realizing he is still standing perfectly fine. As expected, everything was just a dream. Captain pulled the Wraith, Fry, and I into his dream at the same time. Dunn's move. Dunn stands up straight and calmly tells the now sluggish Wraith, "It's been more than a minute." The victory. The Wraith is stunned and screams as black steam pours from its body. Dunn, a sleepless, used his dream ability not to fight the powerful Wraith, but to simply buy time for the Sacred Emblem's purification effect to work. Since the Wraith couldn't withstand the emblem's influence for over a minute, it quickly dissipates into the void, leaving only a black gauntlet on the ground. The new threat. Just as Klein is about to collect the drop, he senses a severe spiritual disturbance, an intense, elusive misery and uncleanliness coming from the stairs leading to the dining hall. The Nighthawks discover a hidden basement containing a headless skeleton and deduce that the Wraith was triggered recently by someone stealing the head. Klein then discovers a painting of Mr. Azek's doppelganger.
Klein is mentally destabilized by the portrait of Baron Lamud, which is identical to Mr. Azek. He struggles to verify this historical connection and decides to consult the mysterious world above the gray fog. The Baron's identity. Mental shock. Klein is completely overwhelmed by the portrait of Baron Lamud, a figure who lived 1,400 to 1,500 years ago, who looks almost identical to Mr. Azek, including a unique mole near the ear. Interrogation. Klein threatens the blonde man trying to sell the portrait with his revolver, using his spirit vision to monitor the man's emotional changes and verify his claims. The truth. The man admits the portrait is only a 40-year-old copy made by his grandfather from a tattered original found in the castle ruins. The name Baron Lamud is just a guess because the original had no label. Klein's inference. Klein accepts that the man is not lying, concluding, the subject of the portrait is genuinely an ancient figure. He is now leaning heavily toward the possibility that Mr. Azek is immortal and suffers cyclical memory loss as the price for his long life, with his vivid, strange dreams being memories of his past lives. Divination above the gray fog. The dilemma. Klein faces a serious question. Should he tell Captain Dunn that a history teacher from Koei University, Azek, looks exactly like a 1,400-year-old baron? Revealing the portrait could place Azek in danger, but hiding it could be risky for Klein. The decision. Klein decides the matter is too sensitive for ordinary divination, and after getting a room, he uses holy night powder to create a barrier before traveling above the gray fog. Spirit pendulum. He first divines the statement, "I should tell Dunsmith about Mr. Azek." The pendulum spins counterclockwise, meaning he should not tell Dunn. Dream divination. He then divines the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Azek from the Nighthawks. Dream 1. He sees Azek pulling him up from a sea of blood, symbolizing future assistance in danger. Dream 2. He sees himself with Azek in a dark, gloomy mausoleum with opened coffins. Conclusion. Klein decides to only mention the portrait to Dunn
claiming it looks like a history teacher he knows, but he will hide the significant connection to Isaac's dreams and memory loss. The crimson star twinkles. The sleeper. Just as he is about to leave, the crimson star of the mystery man, whom he now knows as Derek, twinkles faintly. The prayer. Klein extends her spirituality and hears the young man kneeling before a crystal ball, praying in Jotun. O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. We, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. The guess. Klein immediately connects the phrases forsaken land and people of the dark to the information in Roselle's diary and the Tarot Club's knowledge. He realizes he has likely found the forsaken land of God. Klein establishes contact with the distraught young man, Derek, who is revealed to be a citizen of the cursed city of Silver, forced to kill his own parents to prevent them from becoming evil spirits. Klein sets up the Tarot Club's first exchange. The Cursed City. The ritual. Klein witnesses the scene through the crimson star. Derek Berg, a youth with brownish-yellow hair, stands in a mortuary in front of the coffins of his dying parents. The curse. An elder tells Derek that because they are the people of the dark, living in the cursed, forsaken land of God, all the dead will become horrifying evil spirits. The only way to stop this is for a family member to end their lives. The horror. In despair, Derek draws the silver sword embedded in the stone and plunges it into his coffins, running out with blood covering his face. The City of Silver. The city exists under an unchanging darkness illuminated only by frequent lightning. There is no sun, moon, or stars. The citizens are forced to light candles during periods when the lightning dies down. The prayer. Derek runs home, finds the crystal ball his father told him about, and kneels to repeat his desperate prayer. O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. The crystal ball glows dark red. The Fool and the Exchange. The greeting. Derek finds himself above the gray fog in the boundless palace. He asks the figure at the head of the table, are you God? And immediately looks down. The answer. Klein, adopting a relaxed pose, replies in Jotun, I am not God. I am merely the fool who is interested in the long history of this world. The request. Derek, in total despair, asks the fool to free the City of Silver from its curse, bring back the sun, and revive his parents. A request Klein rejects, stating he is not a wishing well. The transaction model. Klein offers Derek a chance based on fair and equal exchange. He can use what he attains to trade with the fool or others, the tarot pub. This can help him become powerful enough to save his city himself. The first deal. Derek agrees and asks for the formula for the Sequence 9 potion of the Sun Pathway, wishing to become the Sun. Klein notes this confirms they are in the same world, and the City of Silver was likely separated from the northern continent around the end of the Second Epoch. The exchange. Klein demands the history of the City of Silver in return for this opportunity and the eventual formula. Derek begins. The City of Silver has existed ever since the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything, forsook this land. Klein, the fool, engages Derek in an exchange for historical information about the City of Silver, confirming its status as the forsaken land of God, and discovering details about its unique Beyonder pathway. The Creator. Derek refers to an omnipotent and omniscient God who forsook their land. The Cataclysm. The City of Silver was part of the Kingdom of Silver until a cataclysm destroyed their civilization, causing the sun to disappear and ushering in an age of darkness. Monsters. Survival. The last humans survived by using black-faced grass, a final intervention from God, as their sole stable food source. The city has survived for 2,582 years. The Giant Pathway. The city's primary Beyonder system is the Giant Pathway, also known as the Divine Blood Warrior Sequence. The lower sequences are Beyonder Warrior 9, Gladiator 8, Weapons Master 7, Dawn Paladin 6, Guardian 5, and Demon Hunter 4. Klein realizes this pathway is almost identical to the God of Combat sequence pathway on the Northern Continent. The Shepherd. The 6-member ruling council includes a non-giant pathway sequence 5, Shepherd, who is very powerful. Klein recognizes the Shepherd pathway's lower sequences, Secret Suppliant 9, Whispered 8, Shadow Ascetic 7, and Rose Bishop 6, matching the known sequences of the Aurora Order. The Curse. All citizens, commoners and beyonders alike, turn into terrifying evil spirits upon death. The only way to prevent this is to be killed by a blood relative. The Exchange. Derek takes the code name The Sun and agrees to provide the fool with the history of the City of Silver in exchange for a chance to gain strength and obtain the Sequence 9 Sun potion formula. After dealing with the Sun, Klein returns to his mission and uses his unique ability to perform a divination on the powerful sealed artifact.
Derek's exit. After being disconnected from the gray fog, Derek sees the crystal ball shatter and a crimson symbol form and vanish on the back of his right hand. He is no longer lost in his grief. The mission resumes. Klein, Dunn, and Fry confirmed the Wraith only appeared within the last 3 months. Klein casually mentions the Baron Lamute portrait resembling his history teacher, Mr. Azik, but Dunn dismisses it as typical small-town antique fraud. The guard shift. Klein takes the first 2-hour shift guarding the sealed artifact 30782, Mutated Sun's sacred emblem, outside the town to prevent its purifying effects from turning commoners into idiots blathering praises of the sun. Ritualistic defense. While sitting on a boulder, Klein creates a basic spiritual barrier using herb powder and oils to guard against sneak attacks and, more practically, to keep bugs away. Divination on 30782. Curious, Klein tries to divine the origin of the sacred emblem, but ordinary dream divination fails, yielding only fragmented light. Above the fog. Klein uses the gray fog to enhance his divination on the artifact. He conjures the sacred emblem there and performs dream divination. The origin revealed. In his dream, Klein sees a man in a white robe falling dead onto a sacrificial altar. Above the altar, a drop of glowing golden liquid descends and is absorbed by the sacred emblem he was holding. The breakthrough. Upon waking in the fog, Klein uses the space's miraculous power to separate the golden liquid from the conjured sealed artifact, making the emblem lose its heat and purity. He immediately writes a new statement: the origins of this drop of golden liquid. Klein recklessly attempts to divine the origin of the mysterious golden liquid within the sealed artifact 30782 and nearly kills himself. But he gains vital, high-level information as an unintended reward. Reckless divination. Above the gray fog, Klein attempts to divine the origin of the illusory golden liquid he separated from the Mutated Sun's sacred emblem. The cataclysmic result. He is instantly thrown from the dream as a golden, glaring sun appears. The sheer power of the vision causes his astral projection to char and burn, and the mysterious space above the gray fog shakes violently, and the table and palace sustain unprecedented damage. Survival and fear. Klein survives, protected by the space, but his incorporeal body is left dimmer and weak. He realizes he was likely looking directly at the eternal blazing sun or a powerful angel, and vows to never randomly divine things that involve a high-level entity again. The survival reward. Despite the near-death experience, Klein instinctively gathered a wealth of information during the divination state, which he later organized. New rule: do not look directly at God. High-level entities. Mention of a white angel and that the eternal blazing sun is extremely hostile towards Lord of Storms and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Sun pathway formulas. He obtained complete formulas for Bard, Sequence 9, and Light Suppliant, Sequence 8, and partial formulas for Priest of Light as 7 and the High Sequence Unshadowed, Sequence 4. He realizes the golden liquid is likely God's blood. Flaring Sun Charm.
a technique to make a powerful charm by siphoning power from the sealed artifact 30782, proving the artifact is far stronger than its Grade 3 rating. Klein endures a difficult shift, has a bizarre encounter with his captain, and prepares for two important meetings, the asylum doctor and the tarot gathering. The shift. Klein's shift is torturous due to his exhaustion and the after effects of the divination. He uses Quaaludes oil, a formula from Fry, to stay awake before finally handing the sealed artifact over to Fry. Captain's dream. Back at the inn, Klein falls asleep and finds himself dreaming of his home at 2 Daffodil Street. He realizes he's dreaming when he sees his gray-eyes captain, Dunn Smith, staring through the window. Dunn is acting as a nightmare, the sequence 8 of the sleepless pathway. The nightmare experience. Dunn silently enters Klein's dream, sits down, and eats all the food on Klein's table, tomato stew, lamb chops, mashed potatoes, before leaving. Klein is left speechless and realizes his nightmare was the captain preventing him from eating supper in his dream. Back to Tingen. The Nighthawks return, and Klein quickly files his mission report and claims for expenses, including the bug-repelling materials. The rendezvous. Klein takes a short nap to recover before heading out. He has 2 meetings scheduled. A secret one-on-one meeting with Dr. Daxter Gadarian at the Zotland Street Shooting Club at 1 p.m., the regular tarot gathering at 3 p.m. Security protocol. Klein and Daxter have a detailed, subtle protocol for communication and meetings, using coded letters, the Hound Pub, and the Shooting Club, to ensure security and discretion. Daxter rents a range, and Klein enters later, reimbursing the doctor for the expense before asking why the meeting was called. Klein meets Daxter Gadarian, the spectator associate, to address Daxter's instability and make an exchange for the telepathist formula. The patient, Hood Eugen. Daxter confirms that Hood Eugen, a sequence 7 of the psychology alchemists, is acting normal and is likely using his time at the asylum to train his powers, similar to the acting method, though without the formal theory. Klein's suspicion. Klein realizes that if the ancient Church of Evernight hadn't discovered the acting method by now, it implies that the higher-ups are deliberately hiding it from their Nighthawks. Daxter's problem. Daxter is growing worried about the ravings and illusions associated with Sequence 9, making him grumpy and fearful of losing control. The exchange. Klein assures Daxter that the Nighthawks have methods to help, and offers Daxter his personal experience, the acting method, claiming he was able to digest his potion in a month, in exchange for the telepathist Sequence 8 spectator formula. The secret. Klein vaguely describes the acting method, understanding the potion's name or true meaning through experience, and adhering to its principles. For example, a spectator must act only as a spectator, not an actor. Daxter's acceptance. Daxter calls the method a brand new theory and agrees to try it. He promises to do his best to obtain the telepathist formula if the method works. Pacing in the shooting range, Klein has a moment of realization that casts intense suspicion on the Church of Evernight's motives regarding the seer pathway. The seer paradox. Klein realizes a critical contradiction. The Church of Evernight destroyed the Antigonus family who held the seer sequence pathway. Yet, the Church only publicly released the Sequence 9 seer potion. Intense suspicion. If the Church destroyed the Antigonus family, they should have secured the entire sequence pathway as war spoils. He deduces the Church is deliberately withholding the formulas, Sequence 8 and 7, and their names. The motive. Klein suspects the Church might not want Beyonders to become powerful, possibly due to a connection between the pathway and the vengeful spirits of the Antigonus family. The decision. Though highly suspicious, Klein decides to proceed with his plan to openly apply for the Clown Sequence 8 potion through the Nighthawks, arguing that a quick digestion of a low sequence can be attributed to the influence of spirit medium Dolly and Old Neil. He plans to rely on the Tarot Club for long-term security. Klein confirms his plans through divination, organizes the Sun's communication method, and the Tarot Club officially gains its newest member. Divination confirmation. Klein divines, I should obtain the clown potion through the Nighthawks, and the pendulum turns clockwise, positive. Summoning the sun. Klein brings Derek in early to set up communication. He uses the power of the gray fog to act as a real-time translator, speaking Loanese while Derek hears Jotun, the giant language. The new ritual. Klein teaches Derek a prayer to summon him. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The gathering protocol. Klein instructs the son that for future gatherings, he will receive advance notification, after which he must isolate himself within 1,000 heartbeats. The meeting. As 3 o'clock approaches, Klein summons Justice and the Hanged Man. The announcement. This is our newest member. His code name is Sun. Reactions. Justice, Audrey, is delighted by the club's growth, while the Hanged Man is slightly annoyed but submits to the fool's authority. Audrey uses her spectator ability to assess the silent, restrained new member. The opening. Audrey begins the meeting by announcing she has collected 2 more pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. Klein, the fool, brokers a complex deal to secure the telepathist formula from Miss Justice using the son's information while successfully hiding his own involvement with the formula. Justice's offer. Audrey offers 2 pages of Roselle's diary and money for the telepathist formula, but stammers, believing Mr. Fool would not accept mere cash. The son intervenes. Derek, the son, reveals he knows the formula, referring to it by the ancient name Psyche Analyst, and stating he can obtain it as it belongs to the dragon race sequence that their enemy, the giant king's lineage, also possessed. Audrey and Alger are shocked, realizing the fool already knows these deep secrets. The deal. Klein swiftly steps in, using the information he gained through Daxter and his divination. Bard formula. The fool gives the son the Bard formula. The son gives Miss Justice the telepathist formula. Miss Justice gives the fool the new Roselle diary pages.
Compensation, deferred. Klein skillfully suggests that Miss Justice's cash compensation for the son should be delayed or handled by one of his blessed to direct suspicion away from himself and towards his supposed subordinates. This also confirms for Alger that the son is likely far away and cannot receive ordinary payment. Formula exchange. Klein provides the full Bard formula, including the ancient replacement ingredient names he gained from the eternal blazing sun divination. Audrey then produces the 2 Roselle diary pages she had memorized. The diary pages reveal a major secret about Beyonder advancement and political alignments among the churches. Sequence pathway interchangeability. Roselle records a secret from Archbishop Van Esten. After sequence 5, a Beyonder can replace their subsequent sequences, S4 onwards, with sequences of the same level from 1 or 2 other specific pathways. Example pathways given: Sleepless and Corpse Collector, Savant and Mystery Prior. This information directly contradicts the common Nighthawk belief that changing pathways leads to guaranteed insanity. The Blasphemy Slate. Roselle confirms he attended an ancient organization's gathering and saw the second Blasphemy Slate. He expresses a desire to create his own set of Blasphemy Slates, which Klein suspects became the 22 tarot cards representing the divine pathways. Churches' hostilities. Roselle lists the major religious rivalries. The eternal blazing sun, Lord of Storms, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom are hostile to each other. The Evernight goddess is at odds with the god of combat of the Fasak Empire. The meeting shifts to current events, culminating in a dangerous request for cooperation. Current events. Audrey confirms the official selection of government officials through examinations, Klein's previous suggestion, will be implemented early next year. Alger mocks the nobles. Mr. A. Audrey asks about a powerful figure she encountered in Beyonder circles named Mr. A. Alger identifies Mr. A as likely an oracle of the Aurora Order, a dangerous organization with oracles ranging from sequence 7 to 5. The request. Alger, the Hanged Man, asks Audrey, Justice, for a favor: to help locate the whereabouts of the famous pirate, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilongos, who has secretly infiltrated Backland. Danger warning. Alger describes Kilongos as a sequence 6 wind-blessed with a sealed artifact, warning Audrey not to engage him. The Fool's involvement. Alger then turns to Klein, asking if his blessed could assist him at a critical moment. Klein evasively replies that this is possible on the premise that my blessed happens to be in Backland. Daly confirms Klein's suspicions about the acting method and the Church of Evernight's policy of secrecy.
Church is knowledge. Daly confirms that the church's high-ups understand it very clearly, and that nighthawks who quickly advance, like her, often go on to become archbishops and saints, high sequence beyonders. She admits she was only trying to scare him initially. The big secret. Klein asks why the church doesn't tell all nighthawks. Daly reveals she also doesn't know, but that she was made to swear an oath upon the goddess's holy items not to tell anyone except those who have already mastered the method. The mission. Daly asks Klein to clearly explain the acting method to Dunn before submitting his special application to Advance, as she was unable to do so before taking the binding oath. The messenger ritual. Daly teaches Klein a secretive ritualistic magic to contact her in Backland without using the postal service, praying to yourself, relying purely on one's own spirituality, and using the incantation, I summon in my name the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the higher dimensional creature that a human orders, the messenger that belongs to Daly Simone. Sequence speed. Daly estimates the average digestion speed for subsequent sequences. S8 to S7, 3 months to 2 years. S7 to S6, half a year to 3 years. S6 to S5, half a year to 3 years. She implicitly reveals she is now Sequence 6 Spirit Guide. Klein follows Daly's instructions and gives Captain Dunn Smith a direct hint about the acting method. The hint. Klein reports to Dunn that he has concluded that the names of sequence potions encompass a whole set of principles that help gain control over the potion. He states that by doing things according to these set of principles, we seem to become a member of the corresponding job. Dunn's reaction. Dunn listens in silence, deeply reflective. He then vaguely replies, I seem to have understood something too, but doesn't elaborate, which is consistent with his difficulty in putting thoughts into words. Klein's plan. Klein decides to proceed with his plan to submit his application to become a clown soon, believing that his explanation will make Dunn realize the truth about the church's cover-up and what he should say or withhold when reporting up the chain. The red chimney trouble. Klein spends the afternoon investigating the remaining 10 houses with red chimneys that had recent tenant changes, but none match the house he saw in his dream. He realizes the investigation will be much harder, requiring him to check all 1,600 houses. Klein makes the spur-of-the-moment decision to visit Isaac Eggers and delivers a crucial piece of information about his forgotten past. Isaac's return. Klein stops by Isaac's house on his way home and is greeted enthusiastically by Isaac, who confirms he returned last night. The Lamoud clue. Klein tells Isaac about the portrait of the first Baron Lamoud from Lamoud town. He describes the striking resemblance down to the small mole near the ear, suggesting the Baron's portrait, which was excavated from the abandoned castle, is actually a replica of an ancient portrait of Isaac. Isaac's excitement. Isaac is instantly and intensely excited, though the memory doesn't return immediately. He decides he must visit the abandoned castle himself. Klein immediately agrees to take him there. Klein accompanies Isaac to the abandoned castle in Lamoud town, where Isaac is emotionally triggered by the remnants of his past life. The journey. Isaac walks ahead of Klein with a solemn and urgent pace, instinctively leading the way to the abandoned castle. A jolt of memory. Isaac stops outside the castle, groaning in pain as memories flash. A complete castle, stables, gardens, barracks, and his 7 or 8-year-old son dragging a broadsword, dreaming of becoming a knight. He recalled his wife complaining about the gloom. The skeleton. Isaac walks straight to the hidden basement door and opens the coffin. Seeing the headless skeleton, he wails in pain and sorrow, leaning against the wall, causing the basement to become intensely dark and gloomy. The blood tracing. Isaac senses the power that made Klein's fate disharmonious and attempts to trace the culprit who took the skull using a blood connection, reasoning that the skeleton is that of his child. He cuts his finger and drips blood onto the skeleton, which turns blood red. The vision. Klein hears the sound of a baby crying and is startled by distorted faces and black fog coalescing into a strange illusory door. The door briefly opens, and Klein sees a white skull turn to powder beneath a brown tree. Failure and resolve. Isaac sighs heavily, confirming the tracing failed. He closes the coffin, and now feeling more imposing and gloomy, tells Klein, I sense the power that made your fate disharmonious and commits to continued investigation. Azek reveals his profound secret, and Klein uses this opportunity to form a crucial and dangerous alliance. Azek's revelation. Azek admits he has an idea of what he is, someone who has lived for a very, very long time, possibly since the end of the Fourth Epoch. He speculates that he must pay for his longevity by losing his memory, forgetting people and things he swore to remember. Klein's cycle theory. Klein suggests Azek's memory loss is a cycle. He dies and his memories vanish, only for him to wake up and begin a new life, complete with arranged documentation and funds from his past self. The choice. Azek finds the theory plausible, but refuses to wait passively for his memories to return at the end of his current life cycle. He chooses to be proactive to trigger memories and free myself from this destiny. Klein's request, the setup. Klein capitalizes on their newfound alliance and Azek's specialty. He requests that Azek cause a paranormal incident in a nearby town within the next 2 weeks. The target. The incident must target a follower of the Evernight goddess. The constraint. It must be harmless to people and no clues must be left behind. The motive. Klein's secret motive is to force the Tingjin Nighthawks to investigate a spirit medium or wraith incident outside the city. He will then suggest using sealed artifact 3078 to extract its divine blood to create the powerful flaring sun charms for his own protection before confronting the red chimney culprit. Azek's acceptance. Azek agrees without question, tacitly confirming his prowess in dealing with dead souls, and promises to inform Klein of the town and time in advance. After returning home and sharing his confidential civil service exam news with Benson, Klein prepares for a dangerous test of his powers. Family interaction. Klein returns late, briefs Benson on his archaeological trip, and shares the confidential news about the new civil service examination to motivate his brother. Benson expresses determination to study hard. The final step. After a late dinner and bath, Klein seals his room with a spiritual wall, intending to go above the gray fog. The dangerous question. He plans to divine the risk of the ultimate mystical experiment, summoning the entity behind the gray fog, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, using the self-worship ritual Daly taught him.
Divination. Above the gray fog, Klein divines on the statement, "There will be danger if the ritual above is carried out outside of this world," using the ritual to summon the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The counterclockwise spin of the topaz pendant indicates no danger. The ritual. Klein returns to his room and performs the modified self-worship ritual. He shouts the incantation, including the deep-toned I in Jotun, followed by the titles of "The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era." The result outside. The candle flame, absorbing his spirituality at an insane rate, is tainted with a gray luster but fails to fully summon anything. Klein's spirituality is drained and he feels disappointed. The result above the fog. Klein ascends again and sees a rippling light forming an illusory, shapeless door above his seat. As he strongly wills it open, the boundless fog and lofty palace surge forward, but the door couldn't be pushed open. Conclusion. Klein determines he lacks the necessary spirituality to form a complete door of summoning and decides to try again after advancing to sequence 8, Clown. He is encouraged because this is the first time he has gotten a physical response from the mysterious space. The nightmare. After the ritual, Klein is bothered by a typical nightmare, Dunn Smith dream. Dunn sits silently watching him for what feels like an eternity, causing Klein such anxiety that he cleans his house exhaustively in the dream until Dunn finally leaves. Audrey leverages her social network and hires an outside consultant, unbeknownst to them, to fulfill her mission. Setting the trap. Audrey meets her friend Arbiter XD Recha, who is disguised as an attendant at Philip's department store. Audrey gives Shio a portrait of Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos and hints at the 10,000-pound reward. The difficult task. Shio and her partner, Apprentice For's Wall, study the portrait and the accompanying notes. Kilangos can transform, and his unique appearance is only a general reference. The clues. The notes provided by Audrey list the essential clues gathered from Alger.
Kilongo's mystical item, the creeping hunger, requires human flesh, blood, and soul every other day. They should build a profile of his unique hobbies and behaviors. Even when transformed, Kilongos will often act like his normal self: gait, habits, preferred foods. The solution: 4s, unwilling to do the uninteresting, menial tasks of analysis, cleverly suggests they hire a professional detective to consolidate and deduce information about the pirate's traits, a plan Shio reluctantly accepts, with 4s footing the bill. Klein lays the final foundation for his advancement by simulating the experience pained at the Divination Club. The visit: Klein visits the Divination Club on Friday, telling the receptionist Angelica that he will be visiting less often, reinforcing the image of a seer who respects fate and has achieved his goals. Azek's letter: Klein receives a letter from Azek confirming the plan. I will be heading to Morristown on Sunday and return on Wednesday. Morristown is a town of the Evernight Goddess's followers, setting up the paranormal incident. The final hint: on Saturday, Klein chats loudly with Roseanne, mentioning that he has concluded his own maxim for a seer, reinforcing the narrative for Captain Dunn. The application: Klein enters Dunn's office and with a serious and slightly excited expression states, "Captain, I believe that I have completely grasped the seer potion. I wish to submit a special application." Klein successfully convinces Captain Dunn to approve his special application to advance to Sequence 8, Clown, using a combination of shared knowledge and his theory of a lurking manipulator. Dunn's reaction: Dunn is surprised by the speed of the application, but seems relieved. He suggests waiting another year to avoid attracting too much attention from the church's higher-ups. Klein's rationale: Klein counter-argues by listing the recent coincidences: Antigonus Notebook, 2049 delay, Hanas Vincent, Aurora Order member, and expressing his insecurity, framing his desire to advance as a need for enhanced self-protection against a possible manipulator lurking in the dark. Dunn is perceptive and accepts the theory, very perceptive. Perhaps there really is something lurking in the dark. Approval: Dunn approves the application, instructing Klein to use careful language in the document. Sharing the method: Klein then uses the opportunity to vaguely share his acting method with his teammates, Leonard, Fry, Kenley, Sikatron, in the recreation room. He mentions finding inspiration in the mystery prior's maxim, "Do as you wish, but do no harm." He cites spirit medium Dolly's quick advancement and desire to be a real spirit medium as a clue. He concludes, by concluding his own seer principles through the Divination Club experience and strictly following them, he became a real seer and grasped the potion faster. The application: Klein signs and submits the special application to Dunn, who confirms it will be sent to the Holy Cathedral immediately for examination within the next week or two. While guarding Chaunis Gate, Klein receives an urgent request from his informant, Dr. Daxter Guderian, leading to the acquisition of the telepathist formula. Old Neil's regret: Old Neil arrives dejected, having processed Klein's shared experience. He realizes he had a faint grasp of the acting method decades ago, but dismissed it as Dolly's genius, deeply regretting his failure to pursue it while he was still healthy enough to advance. The urgent letter: Dunn gives Klein a letter from Daxter Guderian, Klein's contact from the psychology alchemists, requesting an urgent meeting at 2 p.m. The trap warning: Dunn advises caution, stating that urgent requests can be a trap. He decides to accompany Klein, hiding nearby to provide backup. The meeting: at the Zotellin Street Shooting Club, Daxter reveals his panic. Hood Eugen, the patient who recruited him, has seemingly gone genuinely insane recently, making communication impossible. The formula: Daxter hands over the telepathist Sequence 9 potion formula, which he received due to Hood Eugen's recent change, but he cannot guarantee its authenticity. The telepathist formula: main ingredients: the complete pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsmon rabbit. Supplementary ingredients: chestnut spore, dragon toothgrass powder, pure white elf flowers, 3 petals, pure water. Surveillance: Klein advises Daxter to be cautious, report the issue to the psychology alchemists higher-ups, and promises him secret protection. The new plan. Dunn takes the formula and the information about Hood Eugen's insanity. He immediately assigns manpower to monitor the mental asylum. He tells Klein that with this formula, he no longer needs to accumulate more merits and can receive the clown potion immediately after passing his examination.
Klein and Benson deal with Melissa's detailed and highly distracting efforts to hire a maidservant, which leads to a funny family discussion about marriage. Hiring requirements, Chapter 156. Melissa, despite her earlier resistance to hiring a maidservant, takes charge and drafts a list of very detailed requirements with the help of her friend Elizabeth, including healthy, hardworking, good at cooking, quiet, simple family background, and looks ordinary. The chef problem. At the Family Servant Assistants Association, they learn that maidservants are not typically good cooks, forcing Benson to amend the requirement to capable of learning to cook. The Sears choice. Elizabeth whispers to Klein, asking for his selection method. Klein casually reveals he would use his pendulum and divination to choose the best candidate, stunning her with the simplest and most effective solution. The marriage plan, Chapter 157. On the way home, Melissa confronts Klein, mistakenly concluding he wants to get engaged with Elizabeth due to their whispering. She then gives him serious advice. If you like girls who are more mature, you should quickly settle the issue regarding your marriage, arguing that older girls will be married by the time he's ready. Benson jumps in, defending the choice of older women in the middle class, until Klein throws the marriage worry back at his brother to quiet them both down. Audrey's hired detective and Alger's torture session yield two critical new clues about the pirate Kilongos' intentions in Backland. The detective's deduction. Shao and Force hire the famous private detective Isengard Stanton to analyze the anonymous data on Kilongos. Isengard, using his professional insight, deduces the pirate's likely location based on his habits. Obsession with wind. Must be in a less polluted area, Empress, West, Hillston, Sherwood boroughs. Need to kill. Must target vagrants, highest concentration near Northborough/Backland Bridge. Escape route. Must be near the water, West or Sherwood borough, close to the Tussock River. Conclusion. Kilongos is likely living somewhere close to the Backland Bridge area near either bank of the Tussock River. The Hanged Man's interrogation. Alger tortures a captured pirate using a thin film of water over his head until he talks. The pirate reveals Kilongos is in Backland to complete a commission to obtain something he's dreamed of getting for a long time. If successful, Kilongos boasted he could become the 5th Pirate King. Klein initiates the second Tarot Club meeting, confirming the Sun's advancement and receiving new information. The Sun's advancement. Klein summons the Sun, confirming that Derek successfully digested the Bard Potion, Sequence 9. Klein observes the crimson star representing Derek has transformed into the Sun, reflecting the power's nature, but notes that objects he conjures in the space cannot be preserved. The agenda. Klein sets the rule that the frequency of future gatherings should remain consistent. The new pages. Audrey, Justice, immediately offers a new page of Emperor Roselle's diary. The telepathist query. Derek, Sun, immediately asks the Fool if he has obtained the telepathist formula, demonstrating the group's investment in each other's goals. Klein uses his unique knowledge to validate and annotate the Sun's formula, establishing his authority and expertise. The exchange. The Sun, Derek Berg, immediately submits the telepathist formula he acquired on the black market. Klein guides him to use the quill and parchment on the ancient table to manifest the words. The names. Audrey, Justice, is initially confused by the main ingredients, Phantom Negerdrake and Half-Spectre Rabbit, as she has not heard of them. Klein's annotation. Klein subtly taps the table, causing the formula to be annotated with commonly known names. Phantom Netherdrake is also known as Rainbow Salamander. Half-Spectre Rabbit is also known as Farsman Rabbit. Preparedness averts peril. Klein internally credits his foresight, having prepared for such issues by studying ancient terminology, knowing that members from the City of Silver would use older names.
Payment and account. Audrey thanks Klein for her knowledge and sends the third page of Roselle's diary to the fool. She also offers an additional £300 for the formula. Klein provides the information for his new, secret, anonymous bank account at Backland Bank, Tingen branch. Password guard. Klein's password is an ancient Hermes recitation of his titles, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, acting as a security measure, as anyone who attempts to copy it would be reciting his name and alerting him. The members discuss the concept of digestion, and the son unknowingly shares the key to the Beyonder path. The clue. Klein agrees to help the son find a secret aid formula or ingredients after he digests the Bard potion. Audrey notes the word digest. The secret revealed. Audrey and Alger probe, and Derek, completely unaware that this is a great secret, reveals the general education classes in the City of Silver teach the acting method. The key point. Derek shares the one and only key point. Remember that you're only acting. Analysis. Klein is pleased, confirming the method is an ingenious way to go around obstacles and break down the remnant spirits in the potion. Audrey and Alger are stunned, realizing this simple concept is the crucial secret kept from them by their respective churches. Klein reads the diary, which raises disturbing questions, while Alger focuses the group on the importance of Kilongos' mission. Emperor Roselle's diary. The third page raises high-level mystical and societal questions. History is manipulation. Roselle notes that history sure is something that can be manipulated easily. Demigods, legendary beings. He witnesses the scary abilities of a high-sequence Beyonder, describing them as having a qualitative change, as though they've transformed into a deity. The Church's secret. Roselle questions why the churches freely provide formulas for low to middle sequences, but only provide finished potions for higher sequences. He concludes, there must be some hidden secret to this. The evil god hotbed. He writes, uncomfortably, I started the Industrial Revolution, but this will only become the hotbed for the descending of an evil god upon this world? Klein decides not to divine on the evil god question due to the high risk. Showing anchor Kilongos. Alger emphasizes the severity of Kilongos' mission in Backland. Motive. Kilongos is there to complete a mission involving a very important and very mysterious object that would allow him to quickly become a high-sequence Beyonder and become the equal of pirate kings. Kilongos' habits. Alger provides a detailed profile to aid Audrey's investigation. Loves to fish and eat sea fish raw. Loves hard liquor, despises champagne or red wine. Seeks multiple women to relieve his needs. Prefers cold weapons over firearms. Cannot be away from water for long, needs to swim or dive every couple of days. Klein's new ritual idea. Klein contemplates how to use his status as the fool to transfer items. He realizes he can't currently intervene in the Kilongos situation. He develops a theory based on church records of bestowment and evil god rituals. He might be able to bestow ingredients to the sun or sacrifice items to himself. Theory. If he can bring real-world materials into the gray fog world via a sacrifice ritual, he might be able to bestow them, or other items he procure, to his followers. He must wait until he advances to Sequence 8 to attempt this.
Klein sets his plan in motion, intentionally losing money at cards and seizing the opportunity presented by the paranormal report. The opportunity. While Klein is playing cards and losing money, Captain Dunn reports a sudden increase in paranormal cases in Morristown, sobs in the cemetery, a ghost husband, heavy footsteps. Klein immediately recognizes this as the distraction orchestrated by Mr. Ozick. The infiltration. Klein feigns curiosity, then volunteers to accompany Leonard, arguing that as a seer, his divination skills are needed and that ritualistic magic is required to purify the area. The final move. After Dunn agrees, Klein insists on preparing for the worst, arguing the mission might be dangerous and takes 3 hours to reach. He proposes bringing a third Nighthawk and, crucially, invoking the rule that a 3-person mission can apply for a level 3 sealed artifact, specifically mentioning 3078-2,
The mutated sun sacred emblem. Approval. Dunn, concerned by the recent string of coincidences, agrees. Kenley is assigned the mission and instructed to retrieve sealed artifact 30782. The journey. The trio departs for Morristown. Leonard attempts to intimidate Klein, suggesting Klein won't be able to discover his secret and understand his uniqueness, which Klein dismisses sarcastically. Klein confirms that the artifact's purifying effect only bothers highly intelligent living entities. The team arrives and begins solving the paranormal incidents, revealing the mutated sun's sacred emblem is doing all the work. The ghost hunt. Following Leonard's lead, which was guided by a conversation with a trainee priest, they visit the old man Noah's house, where the old man hears heavy footsteps. The real work. Klein immediately senses a cold aura, but realizes the warmth and purity of sealed artifact 3078 is rapidly dispelling the sinister traces without any effort from the Nighthawks. The performance. Leonard instructs Klein to perform a purification ritual for the benefit of the curious townspeople. Klein, feeling like a clown, performs a series of useless charlatan acts, tossing peeled garlic, reciting incantations while sprinkling holy water with a silver dagger. The illusion. The townsfolk, feeling the actual purifying energy of the artifact, which they mistakenly attribute to the holy water and incantations, are highly impressed, and their worries ease. Klein concludes the charade with a solemn, "Praise the Lady." Divination of the cause. After clearing the house, Leonard asks Klein to divine the cause. Klein receives a hazy dream revelation of an inverted mausoleum, similar to an inverted pyramid of the southern continent, associated with the descendants of death. Klein inwardly connects this to Mr. Ozick, who mentioned death and lived for 1,300 years. Seizing the solo shift. After dealing with the remaining two cases, which were quickly purified by the artifact, Klein maneuvered his partners into giving him the solo time he needs. The rotation. The team agrees to take turns watching the sealed artifact to recover from the purification effect. The obstacle. Leonard, wanting to be cautious, suggests two people watch while one rests. This would ruin Klein's chance to use the artifact alone. The algorithm bluff. Klein feigns being forced to agree, but launches into a dizzying speech about calculating the most logical rotation using complex mathematics, comparing it to efficiency algorithms and unknown values. The yield. Leonard, completely terrified by the math problem, immediately withdraws his suggestion. Wait, if that's the case, let's look after it one at a time. Kenley also quickly agrees. Success. Klein secures the solo shift he needs to siphon the artifact's power. Klein isolates himself in Morse Cathedral with the sealed artifact 3078 and successfully siphons its power. Setting the scene. Klein waits 20 minutes to ensure Leonard and Kenley won't interrupt. He moves to a corner near the altar, turning his back to the dark sacred emblem due to guilt. The dualistic ritual. He places the mutated sun's sacred emblem 3078 on the floor, and a sandalwood candle representing himself beneath it. Ingredients. He sets out the necessary ingredients for the charm: a carving knife, 2 thin gold slices, sun essential oil from black gold white rimmed sunflowers, golden hand fingered citron powder, and rosemary powder. The incantation. Klein recites the ritual in ancient Hermes, being careful to address the blood of the eternal blazing sun and not the deity itself to avoid being incinerated by the god he directly looked at. The danger. He knows any mistake could lead to the eternal blazing sun recognizing him, resulting in only a pile of black ashes. The siphoning. As the incantation ends, the simple gold badge radiates an intense light, enveloping Klein in extreme heat. He feels his hair heating up and relies on instincts and ritualistic guidance to quickly engrave symbols, path numbers, and incantations onto the gold slices with his carving knife. Outside observation. Outside, Leonard and Kenley notice the sudden intense sunlight, commenting on the strange weather before it returns to normal a few minutes later. Success. Klein completes the charms. The golden slices turned dim and ancient-looking, with warm, damp power even closer to godhood. He sets the activation word as light in ancient Hermes. The toll. Klein is exhausted and drenched in sweat, with the edges of his hair slightly curled. He immediately sleeps until his shift ends. Leonard's confusion.
When Klein hands the artifact to Leonard, Leonard studies it seriously and looks confused and bewildered, suggesting he senses something is off, though he doesn't press the issue. Klein returns home to find the family has hired a maidservant, Bella. Klein meets the new maidservant, Bella, an ordinary-looking girl in her late teens. The family chose her because she is willing and capable of learning to cook, and she is a believer of the goddess of Evernight. Melissa disliked the other two candidates who followed the Lord of Storms. Financial relief. Klein decides that once Miss Justice's 300 pounds arrive, he will inform Benson and Melissa of his raise to 6 pounds a week to ease their financial worries. Old Neil's sickness. The next day, Roseanne informs Klein that Old Neil is sick and requested time off. Klein plans to visit him at noon. Klein discovers disturbing discrepancies about Old Neil, leading to a quick, high-stakes decision. The contradiction. When Klein mentions Old Neil's late wife, who loved music, a fact Old Neil told him last month, Roseanne is shocked, stating Old Neil has remained single all this time, and there was no piano in his house as recently as June. Immediate divination. Alarmed, Klein performed a quick coin divination with the statement, "There's something wrong with Old Neil's current situation." The result is positive. The evidence. Klein recalled the ominous signs. The translucent, ruthless eyes behind Old Neil he saw with spirit vision, which Old Neil dismissed as a ritualistic magic characteristic, and Old Neil's sudden violent cough when he had secretly used his spirit vision on him after becoming a seer. The plan. Klein immediately reports to Captain Dunn Smith, suggesting Old Neil is on the brink of losing control, but can still be saved. The artifact. Klein suggests using sealed artifact 3061, peaceful hair strands. Effect. It causes living beings to lose all desires and emotions upon contact, remaining still until contact is broken. If contact lasts over 2 hours, the victim is permanently silent. The journey. Dunn retrieves the black, tangled hair and, with Klein and Royale, heads to Old Neil's house. Dunn reveals that Old Neil's fiancée died years ago after he tried using beginner ritualistic magic to save her, leading to a long period of careful surveillance by the Nighthawks.
The final warning. When they arrive and ring the bell, no one answers, but they hear piano music playing inside. Then, a stream of dark crimson liquid, blood, flows out from beneath the door. Captain Dunn, Klein, and Royale confront Old Neil, who is deep in the throes of losing control, having been manipulated by the hidden sage. The plea. As blood oozes from beneath the door, Old Neil, speaking with a raspy, terrified voice, begs his teammates to leave. He insists he hasn't hurt anyone and is only making claims for undeserving expenses. He cries, referencing his teaching maxim, "Do as you wish, but do no harm." The revelation. Dunn gently asks what he's been trying to do. Old Neil excitedly reveals he is attempting to resurrect his fiancée, Celeste, using the alchemical life method, a sequence 4 technique, combined with a spirit summoning ritual, believing he is now skilled enough in mysticism to succeed. The influence. Old Neil reveals the plan was constantly whispered to him, a gift from God, by the hidden sage, the god of the Moses ascetic order, associated with evil and corruption. After naming the hidden sage, Old Neil suddenly awakens to his situation, realizing he has already become a monster. He transforms. His head hangs, connected to the ceiling by a thick, hairy, bloody liquid. He now has 4 extra, cold, lashless eyes on his face. The house is coated in this disgusting, squirming substance. Old Neil realizes Dunn's gentle questioning was a distraction, crying, "You're pulling me into a dream." As the bloody liquid begins to swallow them, Dunn quickly throws sealed artifact 3061, peaceful hair strands, into the mess. Old Neil is instantly stripped of all emotion and motivation by the artifact, becoming placid and quiet. He then struggles, desperately fighting the effect and pleading with his teammates by recalling shared memories, saving Dunn, helping Royale, teaching Klein. Despite their trembling hands, Dunn and Royale fire their silver demon-hunting bullets, killing him instantly. The Nighthawks process the tragedy and lay Old Neil to rest.
As old Neil's corpse turns into a ball of rotten flesh, Dunn mutters the defining sentiment of their work. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Searching the house, Klein finds old Neil's handwritten notes on the alchemical life ritual, which requires highly advanced materials and a large quantity of fresh blood from living people. Old Neil had annotated that he planned to draw his own blood gradually. The following morning, the Nighthawks bury old Neil at Raphael Cemetery. Klein and the others tap their chests and say, "May the goddess bless you." A weeping Roseanne questions the unfairness and cruelty of their life. Carved beneath old Neil's photograph is the phrase from his final diary entry, "If I cannot save her, then I shall accompany her." The Blackthorn Security Company falls silent and heavy. Klein focuses on combat practice with Gawain, who shows a moment of rare empathy, relating how he lost 325 friends in 5 minutes during a war. The Holy Cathedral's arrival. On Friday morning, Captain Dunn tells Klein that the person that the Holy Cathedral sent is here, implying that the examiner for Klein's Sequence 8 promotion, or perhaps a higher-ranking official sent due to the tragedy, has arrived. Klein is examined by Crestet Sesamir, one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks. Dunn emphasizes that the Holy Cathedral is taking Klein seriously, as these deacons are part of the church's upper echelons. Sesamir is a Sequence 5, though not a demigod, whose title is the Goddess's Sword. Dunn notes his combat strength is similar to a newly advanced Sequence 4 due to possessing a holy item. The examination takes place in the alchemy room where old Neil previously worked, adding a layer of gloom to the high-stakes procedure. Sesamir first tests Klein's mastery of the seer potion. He uses his power, surrounding Klein in a silent, suffocating night that induces extreme exhaustion while keeping his mind tense. Klein endures the sudden psychological shift, proving his control. Sesamir declares his mastery level beyond outstanding. Sesamir performs an internal observation to check for hidden dangers or changes in character left by the potion's spirit. He does this by singing a lovely melody that quickly descends into a chaotic cacophony of annoying, destructive noises, like scrapping nails and drills. Klein, experienced from hearing mad ravings above the gray fog, successfully restrains his urge for destruction, feigning only appropriate frustration. Sesamir declares, "There are no latent problems in your soul." Klein is questioned by Casimir on his claim that he mastered the potion through the maxim of the mystery priors and Daly's example. Klein flawlessly maintains his carefully constructed cover story. He combined the concept of the mystery prior's maxim, "Do as you wish but do no harm," with Daly's goal of being a real spirit medium, and outlined some principles for a seer, which resulted in an unexpectedly rapid mastery. Sesamir is completely convinced, calling Klein a genius with a logical mind. Casimir states he will share more information, but Klein must swear an oath not to reveal the contents of their conversation to anyone who doesn't already know. Casimir opens a silver suitcase, like a violin case, containing a pure white bone sword. This is the holy artifact that gives him the title Goddess's Sword. The sword is incredibly powerful, nearly trapping Klein's vision. Klein places his hand on the bone sword, which brings a calming coolness, and recites the oath in Hermes, swearing to the Evernight goddess to never reveal the details of the acting method. Casimir explains the acting method, but frames it as a secret discovered over generations of Nighthawks. The name of the potion points to a certain group or job, and the key to digestion is to strictly follow the set of rules associated with that name. The method is simply acting as the job that the name of the potion points us toward. Casimir confirms Klein's seer principles were a variation of this. Casimir completely convinced, calling Klein a genius with a logical mind. Casimir states he will share more information, but Klein must swear an oath not to reveal the contents of their conversation to anyone who doesn't already know. Casimir opens a silver suitcase, like a violin case, containing a pure white bone sword. This is the holy artifact that gives him the title Goddess's Sword. The sword is incredibly powerful, nearly trapping Klein's vision. Klein places his hand on the bone sword, which brings a calming coolness, and recites the oath in Hermes, swearing to the Evernight goddess to never reveal the details of the acting method. Casimir explains the acting method, but frames it as a secret discovered over generations of nighthawks. The name of the potion points to a certain group or job, and the key to digestion is to strictly follow the set of rules associated with that name. The method is simply acting as the job that the name of the potion points us toward. Casimir completes the process and sends Klein to bring the other nighthawks down for their individual final examinations. After the final check, Klein is called back down. Deacon Crestet Sesamir formally announces that Nighthawk Klein Moretti has passed the Holy Cathedral's examination and is authorized to immediately advance to Sequence 8, Clown. Clown Potion. Klein drinks the potion, which gives him vastly improved coordination, agility, and strength. Key ability. He gains an intuitive ability to predict a person's immediate next course of action, which will be crucial in combat. New weapon. He discovers he can imbue soft objects with force, turning things like tarot cards into lethal weapons. The secret. Casimir officially confirms the acting method, following the essence of the potion's name, is the key to digestion and self-control, but warns of the risk of confusing the role with one's real life. Casimir completes the process and sends Klein to bring the other Nighthawks down for their individual final examinations. After the final check, Klein is called back down. Deacon Crestet Sesamir formally announces that Nighthawk Klein Moretti has passed the Holy Cathedral's examination and is authorized to immediately advance to Sequence 8, Clown.
Clown Potion. Klein drinks the potion, which gives him vastly improved coordination, agility, and strength. Key ability. He gains an intuitive ability to predict a person's immediate next course of action, which will be crucial in combat. New weapon. He discovers he can imbue soft objects with force, turning things like tarot cards into lethal weapons. The secret. Sesamir officially confirms the acting method, following the essence of the potion's name, is the key to digestion and self-control, but warns of the risk of confusing the role with one's real life. The relic. Klein asks Captain Dunn about the fate of the red eyeballs left behind by the deceased, rampaging Old Neil. The hard truth. Dunn explains that the relics left by rampagers, beyonders who lose control and become monsters, are usually sealed because they are too dangerous. When Klein asks about controllable relics, Dunn heavily implies that such items are used as beyonder ingredients by the church for potions. Morality versus duty. Dunn's suggestion that this is teammates watching over us in a different form leaves Klein deeply disgusted, reinforcing the notion that Nighthawks are miserable wretches fighting corruption, sometimes having to endure it themselves. Tracking training. Klein, feeling a deeper sense of responsibility after Neil's death, requests to stop his mysticism lessons and begin training in tracking and monitoring to fulfill his duties as a Nighthawk. Mr. Azek's departure. Klein visits Azek Eggers, who confirms that a rampager's spirit would be contaminated. Azek reveals he is leaving Tingen for Backland to continue searching for traces of his lost memory and to trick the target who stole his child's skull into letting down their guard. The copper whistle. To stay in touch, Azek gives Klein an old, intricate copper whistle. When blown, it summons a massive, illusory messenger made of white bones with dark flames in its eyes, a subtle confirmation of Azek's connection to the death pathway. Financial upgrade. Klein notes his increased financial comfort, especially with the 300 pounds he has from Miss Justice, Audrey Hall. The raise. Dunn officially announces Klein's promotion to inspector from probationary inspector due to his Sequence 8 advancement. His weekly salary is increased from £6 to £10, making him highly paid for his field and time of service. New ability confirmation. Klein continues his combat training with Gawain, who confirms Klein's immense physical improvement. He went from a beginner to an experienced apprentice in only 40 minutes and is ready for actual combat in just 2 or 3 days. The new case. Dunn interrupts Klein's shift at Chanisgate with an urgent request. Mr. Maynard, a local parliamentary representative, was found dead in his house. The Tingen Police Department requires a mediumship ritual, and Klein is the only one in the Nighthawks team currently capable of it.
New teammate. Dunn mentions that the Holy Cathedral will be sending a mystery prior to join their team next week. Klein, now Inspector Clown, assists in the murder case of MP Maynard via a mediumship ritual. 1. The affair. Klein uses the ritual and discovers Maynard died from a heart attack during an extramarital affair with socialite Madame Sharon. 2. The zombie. Before leaving, Maynard's corpse zombifies an attack. Klein uses his new clown agility to evade the attack and subdue the zombie with charms. 3. The cause. Klein realizes the zombification was caused by the copper whistle given to him by Mr. Azek, linked to the death pathway. The mission confirms Klein's new combat prowess and highlights the mystical danger presented by Azek's item.
The Madame Sharon encounter. Political drama. Inspector Toll, relieved the MP's corpse didn't rezombify, returns after interviewing Madame Sharon. She admits the affair and claims Maynard died of a heart attack, prompting her to flee. Spirit vision reveals truth. Klein uses his spirit vision on the key figures. He confirms Mrs. Maynard is genuinely angry, but Madame Sharon, the subject of his earlier vision, is remarkably calm beneath a performance of panic, confirming her manipulation and calculating nature. Clown acting. While in cogitation, Klein reflects on his new Sequence 8 status, noting that his attempts at exaggerated jokes, clown acting, have little effect so far, suggesting he has yet to grasp the core essence of the potion or fully eliminate its remnant negative effects. The Lanavis connection. Hood-Eugen's insanity. Klein meets with Dr. Daxter Guderian, a psychiatrist from the Psychology Alchemists. Daxter confirms that Hood-Eugen, the psychiatrist who lost control, is genuinely and permanently insane, having failed to follow the proper acting method for his sequence. The crucial name. Daxter reveals that before his madness, Hood-Eugen warned him that his visitor, L, was actually Lanavis. Klein's deduction. Klein realizes Lanavis, the infamous criminal and scoundrel who defrauded the city of over £10,000, is likely a Sequence 8 swindler from the Marauder pathway. This connection suggests Hood-Eugen's insanity, or losing control, was related to a scheme involving this Beyonder criminal. New plan. Since a mediumship ritual on a lunatic is too advanced for him, Klein decides to contact Spirit Medium Daly's messenger to ask for techniques or request the church's assistance from Backland. The Lanavis connection. Family chaos and preparation. Klein returns home to find his siblings, Benson and Melissa, recovering from trying their maid Bella's frugal and disgusting food of unknown origins breakfast. Celebrating the raise. Klein announces his several-fold salary increase to £10 per week, resolving to switch their staple food to white bread. Next step. Klein prepares to attempt the ritual to summon Daly's messenger later that night. The ritual. Klein performs a simple summoning ritual to contact Daly Simone. He uses ingredients related to death and Evernight. The messenger. A grotesque, translucent face appears on the wall, featuring only a mouth with sharp teeth and a long red tongue, ending in 5 delicate fingers, which takes his folded letter containing his questions. Klein notes the stark difference in power, size compared to Ozek's messenger. 2. Susie's delivery. In Backland. Zio Derecha and Force Wall meet Miss Audrey's messenger, Susie, a golden retriever that can talk through air vibrations. The package. Susie delivers the latest report on tracking the pirate Kilongos, Vice Admiral Hurricane. The report shows no results, only that some vagrants have disappeared. Audrey's progress. Audrey, now a spectator who has fully digested her potion, writes a reply promising Zio the Shara potion formula, £450, as a reward for finding Kilongos. Audrey's new interest. In a letter to her brother Alfred in the southern continent, Audrey lies that she is no longer interested in mysticism as it's too dangerous and is now interested in biology, specifically the rainbow salamander, an ingredient she needs for the telepathist potion. The financial crisis. She includes a detailed political and financial analysis for Alfred. Oh, the recent Grain Act abolition is causing financial distress among the landed aristocrats, whose rental income is plummeting. Duke Negan lost £450,000 in rent.
To compensate, the government is selling noble titles to wealthy merchants for huge sums, up to £1 million for a hereditary baron, weakening the noble's political control. The workers' lives have deteriorated as bankrupt farmers flood the city and take jobs, driving down wages. The tip. Zio and Force go to the house of Darkholm, a gang leader helping them track vagrants, to get an update on Kilangos. The scene of carnage. The unlocked door creaks open to reveal a gruesome scene. Darkholm's house is a horrific display of dismemberment. Pale limbs, internal organs, and strips of flesh are strewn about, and the stripped bones, including Darkholm's smiling head, are piled near the door. Crucially, there is no stench of blood. The deduction. Zio and Force recognize this as the work of Vice Admiral Hurricane and realize the strangeness of the scene matches the description of his sealed artifact. Ambush. They panic, realizing the scene might be a trap set by the pirate to catch the investigators. The getaway. Outside, Kilangos himself observes them. Before he can attack, Force, who is a traveler, a prince's back way, uses one of the remaining stones on her mystical bracelet to instantly teleport herself and Zio into the mysterious spirit world, escaping the ambush and reappearing safely in an empty cemetery. Exo's strategy. After fleeing Kilangos' gruesome trap, Zio convinces Force that confronting the pirate is foolish. The safer plan is to leak the identity of the murderer, Kilangos, to the police, Nighthawks, mandated punishers, etc. This will turn the entire city's Beyonder forces against the pirate, simplifying their mission to merely find his whereabouts and claim the reward. Kilangos' motive. Force deduces the key is to determine Kilangos' purpose in Backland by analyzing the clues, a better approach than physically tracking him. Reporting to the Fool. Audrey, tense but feeling safe in the presence of Mr. Fool, reports the latest development. Kilangos killed Darkholm and almost ambushed Zio and Force. Reporting rights. Alger and Audrey both ask for and receive permission from the Fool to recite his name and inform him via a ritual if they discover Kilangos' true intentions or the mystical item he is after. The missing ingredient. Audrey asks for the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander, needed for the telepathist potion. The promise. Alger, the hanged man, reveals he might have a way to obtain the rare ingredient if he successfully tracks down Kilangos. He reveals that rainbow salamanders are nearly extinct, found only on primitive islands in distant seas. He offers the ingredient as an extra compensation if the Kilangos hunt is successful. The prophecy. Audrey asks why the spectator pathway isn't severed if the key ingredient is extinct. Alger states confidently, there will definitely be substitute materials, hinting at a profound Beyonder truth he refuses to elaborate on without compensation. The Sun's belief. Klein, needing information on sacrificial rituals to empower his Sephiroth castle space, asks the Sun, Derek, if the City of Silver still believes in gods. Derek replies that they still believe in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient.
Azik as backup, Klein confirms in his mind that he now has the option to use Mr. Azik and his terrifying messenger as a potentially powerful ally against Kilangos, although he is wary due to Azik's memory loss and uncertain power level. The Emperor's Diary. Klein feels a mix of joy and worry about Alger's promise to deliver pages of Emperor Rosel's diary soon, wondering what payment the Fool will demand in return. Primitive Islands. He links Alger's mention of primitive islands to an earlier Roselle diary entry, speculating that the Emperor's unnamed island might be one of them. The Summoning. Klein performs a ritual to summon the Fool, using incantations and symbols related to himself. This ritual causes a slit to appear in a mysterious, pattern-etched door. The Journey. An irresistible force pulls Klein's spirit, soul body, or astral projection through the slit and above the gray fog. Self-summoning. He finds himself floating in front of his own physical body, which has vacant eyes, and confirms that his consciousness and true self are now fused with the powers of the mysterious space. He realizes the other Tarot Club members undergo a similar process. The Wanderer form. Klein experiments with his new state. He can fly and move like a wraith.
He cannot affect ordinary physical objects, like notebooks or a revolver. He can move items infused with strong spirituality, successfully floating his flaring sun charm, infused with divine blood, out of his pocket. Holding Ozik's copper whistle enhances his soul, allowing him to grab lighter objects and conjure 2 spells, a soul-shaking howl and freezing touch. He can travel through mirrors and walls. He cannot bear direct sunlight unless he holds the flaring sun charm. The powers of the copper whistle and the flaring sun charm are mutually exclusive. They conflict and burn him if held simultaneously. The flight. Klein flies through Tingen, realizing his vision is identical to spirit vision. He reaches the impoverished Iron Cross Street, where the thick, palpable aura of gloom, despair, and pain overwhelms his spiritual senses, forcing him to flee. Returning. He discovers he can end the summoning and return to the world above the gray fog by tightly clutching the flaring sun charm and intensely willing the connection to end. A new trading method. Klein is overjoyed that he successfully brought the flaring sun charm, a physical item, into the space above the gray fog. This confirms that physical items can be traded, paving the way for the sacrificial ritual method, which is less suspicious than self-summoning. Temporary weakness. The experiment leaves his spirit body too weak to repeat the process immediately, forcing him to rest. Letter to Ozik. Klein writes a cautious letter to Ozik Eggers. He fabricates a source and provides a general outline of the threat. Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos is in Backland, wielding the Creeping Hunger mystical item, which grants a Sequence 5 Shepherd-like powers, and is likely seeking an item to make him a high Sequence Beyonder. He avoids asking for help directly, framing the news as a casual warning to his friend. The request. He asks Ozik for guidance on sacrificial rituals, a method he needs to perfect his new trading system in the Tarot Club. Summoning Ozik's messenger. Klein blows the copper whistle. A huge, illusory monster composed of glistening white bones surges out of his desk, its head tearing through the ceiling. He tosses the letter into its immense bony hand, then blows the whistle again, and the monster instantly crumbles and vanishes. Conclusion. Exhausted, Klein collapses into bed and falls into a deep sleep. Messenger delivery. While Klein is relaxing at home, spirit medium Daly's messenger, the tongue with fingers, appears in the dark, briefly startling him and his siblings before delivering the reply. Mediumship on the living. Daly, who insists on being called spirit medium, confirms that mediumship rituals can be used on the living, but it is troublesome and risky because the subject has a fighting will. The methods. 2 approaches are outlined. Barbaric communication, using powerful spirituality to forcefully triumph over the subject's will, dangerous for Klein. Medication or relaxation, using agents like Amantha Essence and Eye of the Spirit medicine. When channeling, the practitioner's spirituality enters the subject's spiritual world, body of heart and mind. The danger of lunacy. Daly uses an analogy. A normal person's consciousness is a quiet island, but an insane Beyonder's island has a volcano that can erupt at any time. Unprotected contact with their chaotic thoughts can cause the insanity to become contagious. The solution. The key is to maintain lucidity and rational thought at all times and use guided questions. She recommends Klein apply a serenity agent beforehand. Return of the charm. Later that night, Klein successfully performs the self-summoning ritual again to bring the flaring sun charm back from the space above the gray fog. The Lonovis lead. Klein briefs Captain Dunn Smith on the connection between the insane Hood Eugen and the criminal Lonovis, likely a Sequence 8 swindler from the Maraudor pathway. The plan. Klein requests permission to perform a mediumship ritual on Hood Eugen to understand why Lonovis visited him. Dunn agrees, recognizing the risk, but respects Klein's confidence and expertise. Collecting supplies. Klein's application is approved, and he heads to Chanis Gate for the first time. The gate's defense. The gate is guarded by an elderly Nighthawk volunteer. Upon entering, Klein feels an indescribable chill that makes his spirituality shiver. Spirit vision. Using spirit vision, he sees the entire area behind the gate filled with fine, black, tightly knit lines, which he recognizes as the powerful sealing power protecting the secure area. The storeroom. He collects the 3 necessary items from the medicine room: Amantha extract, Eye of the Spirit medicine, and Serenity agent, a translucent blue fluid that feels like a mother's embrace. The rendezvous. At dawn, Klein meets Dunn at the Tingen Asylum. They use their Beyonder agility and balance, Dunn as a sleepless, Klein as a clown, to sneak inside and reach Hood Eugen's single room on the top floor. The clowns banter. Dunn enters first and Klein follows, opening the door to see the long, skinny Hood Eugen staring at the crimson moon outside. Klein, fully embracing his role, casually asks the insane man, "Why aren't you sleeping?" The response. Hood Eugen turns, laughs foolishly, and replies, "I'm waiting for my cake." The struggle. Hood Eugen, already insane, attacks Klein, mistaking him for a cake thief. Klein avoids the attack using his clown ability, smoothly rolling and dodging. The setup. Dunn temporarily subdues Eugen using a dream divination to keep him quiet. Klein uses a mantha extract to induce peace, and then uses a deck of tarot cards, his new silver-lined weapon, to distract Eugen further. Entering the soul. Klein drinks the Serenity agent for protection and uses the Eye of the Spirit medicine and ritual to enter Eugen's spiritual world. He notes the mental clamor is less terrifying than the murmurings from Sephira Castle, but is still chaotic and threatening to assimilate him. He successfully navigates the tornado of light, Eugen's chaotic thoughts, to find a groggy, translucent Eugen. The revelation, the conversation. Lanavis connection. Eugen confirms he knows Lanavis. The temptation. Eugen, speaking in Lanavis's voice, reveals the swindler's lofty ambition, immortality and godhood qualities. Lanavis claimed his promise was from a presence behind me connected to the psychology alchemists.
The method. Lanavis tempted Eugen with the acting method to avoid losing control of his potion and the promise of future godhood qualities. The sinister help. When asked what help Eugen provided, his soul contorts, and the spiritual world dissolves into a sinister, dark altar with a person hanging upside down on a huge cross, an image similar to the true creator that Dunn saw in Hannah's Vincent's dream. Losing control. Before Klein can escape the vision entirely, Hood Eugen's body on the bed begins to transform. Black scales grow on his face, and his eyes become slits. He is losing control. Dunn's decisive action. Dunn Smith, who had been on guard, instantly rushes forward and fires 5 shots into Eugen's head, killing him before the transformation is complete. Klein, covered in blood and gore, is genuinely impressed by his captain's speed and reliability. Artifacts. Hood Eugen's body decomposes quickly, leaving behind dozens of black scales, contaminated Beyonder ingredients, a crystalline, faint blue heart, the Sequence 7 psychiatrist main ingredient. The new plot. Dunn and Klein discuss the implications. Lanavis is likely not the Aurora Order's Mr. Z, as his scam would compromise the main mission, but he is definitely involved in the dark plot, possibly the one planning to offer all the lambs in Tingen from the Mr. Z letter to his god. The true creator, or a similar entity, is directly involved through Lanavis. The cover-up. Dunn decides to destroy all traces of their involvement, making the death look suspicious to lure out the psychology alchemists or other groups paying attention. The new plan. The Nighthawks will officially join the police investigation of the Lanavis scam, under the guise of investigating the Aurora Order, collaborating with the mandated Punishers and Machinery Hive Mind to find the swindler. Azek's reply. As Klein travels home in the Nighthawk's carriage, the scene suddenly slows and becomes saturated, like an impressionist's oil painting. Azek's enormous bony white palm extends through the window and drops a neatly folded letter inside before vanishing. Klein receives Azek's reply, delivered by the mysterious, gigantic, bony messenger that appeared in the moving carriage. Azek's observations. Kilangos's activities. Azek confirms that due to Klein's warning, he understood the recent police searches and the Beyonder snooping around his hotel, likely attempts to locate Kilangos. The shepherd's familiarity. Azek expresses frustration that the shepherd's abilities feel quite familiar, confirming Klein's theory that Azek is interested in unique Beyonder powers due to his past lives and potential high sequence status. Instructions and warning. Azek provides the ritual knowledge Klein requested, but prefaces it with a stern warning. Extreme caution.
You have to be very cautious when using sacrificial rituals. Do not entrust safety to evil gods or hidden entities. They lack conscience. The disguise. Evil gods and devils often create seemingly harmless identities, like the Sephira Castle occupants. You cannot sacrifice something whose presence you are not fully aware of. Otherwise, your soul could end up being the sacrificial item. The ritual steps. 1. Setup. Choose the entity symbol and use corresponding herbs, minerals from his domain, e.g. holy oils, scents. Klein realizes he needs to use the pupilless eye and contorted line symbol for the Fool. 2. Incantation. Recite honorific names and incantations in an ancient language, Jotun, Dragoness, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. Must include key terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. 3. Tunnel creation. Use materials with spirituality quality to create a connection, tunnel, to the entity's kingdom, gates. 4. Interest-driven connection. If the entity is extremely interested in the sacrifice, they may open the gates themselves, often signaling danger from evil gods. Kilangos' new identity. Kilangos, using the power of the creeping hunger, transforms his appearance into Baron Grammar, an arrogant, indebted noble. He kills the real Baron and locks his body in a wardrobe. The goal. Kilangos attends a grand ball hosted by Duke Nagan in Empress Borough, likely targeting a person or item there. The hunt. Zio and Force, hiding from both Kilangos and the official Beyonder teams, Nighthawks, etc., lament the lack of clues and worry Kilangos will escape before they can claim the bounty. Audrey's sensitivity. Audrey, utilizing her highly developed spectator perception at the ball, notices subtle differences about Baron Grammar that others miss. 1. His previous shy demeanor towards high-ranking women is replaced by confidence. 2. His cologne scent is wrong. It should have been the long-lasting end note of the amber fragrance, but it was the rich middle note, meaning he applied it recently. 3. She deduces that the Baron might be Kilangos using the power of the creeping hunger. Warning Earl Hall. Anxious and sensing peril, Audrey pulls her father, Earl Hall, aside under the pretense of borrowing him. She reports the minor, detailed discrepancies and links them to Kilangos' known ability to change appearance. Calling the Fool. After her father leaves to deal with the threat, Audrey seeks immediate help. She locks herself in Duke Nagan's small prayer room and clasps her hands, praying to the Fool using his honorific name. The prayer. While talking to his siblings in Tingen, Klein feels a sudden buzzing and dizziness, a sign of a direct prayer. He retreats to Sephira Castle and connects with Miss Justice's Crimson Star. The message. Audrey's prayer relays her critical discovery. Kilangos, using the creeping hunger to assume the appearance of Baron Grammar, has infiltrated Duke Nagan's ball. The reply. Klein replies to Audrey with a direct, profound voice from the elusive fog. I'm aware. This instantly relieves her anxiety and reinforces his authority. Forwarding the news. To maintain his high image, Klein quickly conjures the scene of Audrey's prayer, censored/mosaic, and sends it to the hanged man, Alger. Alger's action. Alger, realizing the power of the Fool and the urgency, immediately leaves his post to seek help from his superior, the Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Archbishop A. Snake. Notifying Azek. Klein sends a quick letter via the gigantic skeleton messenger, Azek's messenger, informing him of Kilangos' exact location and disguise, providing a chance for Azek to intercept him. The target. Kilangos, disguised as Baron Grammar, confirms his target is Duke Nagan, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lowen Kingdom, and a key conservative party leader. His modus is a mysterious card containing Roselle's secrets, a sufficient price, and the thrill of the challenge. Kilangos' kit. He relies on the 5 souls stored in the creeping hunger, noting its limitations compared to a true Sequence 5 shepherd. Slow switching speed, luck-based abilities. He can, however, combine the soul's ability with his own Sequence 6 wind-blessed powers. The attack. 1. Phase 1. Diversion. Kilangos uses a gust of wind to extinguish the chandelier's candles, creating darkness, and simultaneously uses targeted wind blades to snap the crystal chandelier's chain, sending it crashing onto the dance floor. 2. Phase 2. Neutralization. In the darkness, he switches the creeping hunger soul to one with a lightning ability and attacks Duke Negan's brown-haired protector, who screams and collapses, clutching his head. 3. Phase 3. Assault Dream. Kilangos rushes the Duke, but the Duke remains confident and immediately counters by trapping Kilangos in a dream state, using the ancient Hermes command, imprison. The Duke then attempts to kill him in the dream, flog, then death. 4. Phase 4. Counterattack. Kilangos instantly recognizes the dream trap, switches the creeping hunger soul to one with nightmare ability, and breaks out. He appears behind the Duke, stabs him with his wind-wrapped fist, but the Duke dissipates, revealing he was another decoy or protection. The escape. Realizing he was ambushed and the Duke had prepared Beyonder defenses, Kilangos switches the soul to one with a fear/panic ability, evidenced by his scaled, pale eye transformation and the resulting chaotic fear, throwing the guests into uncontrollable panic. He uses this distraction to smash through a window and flee with a hurricane towards a municipal garden. The arrival. Minutes later, Cardinal Ace Snake and Alger, the hanged man, arrive in a gale, only to see Kilangos has already escaped. Kilangos successfully escapes the Duke's mansion and its pursuers by using his wind-blessed abilities, intending to create a false trail. The ambush. Kilangos is suddenly ambushed in the municipal garden. His vision saturates with color, indicating he has been pulled into the spirit world or a similar domain, a sign of a high-level Beyonder attack.
The counter. A giant, 4-meter-tall skeletal messenger with pitch-black flames appears. Kilangos immediately switches the soul in his creeping hunger glove to one with Priest of Light abilities, Sequence 5, Sun Pathway. A pillar of radiant light descends, instantly destroying the skeletal messenger, showing the power of the Sun Pathway against the undead. Overwhelming force. Before Kilangos can use the sun power to escape, over 100 identical skeletal messengers appear, surrounding him completely. The dark water below rises and pale hands reach for him. This implies the ambusher is a high-sequence Beyonder, capable of commanding a massive number of spirits or undead. The aftermath. Cardinal Ace Snake and Alger, arriving at the scene, discover Kilangos' body floating near the pond's edge. Kilangos' face rapidly rots, turning into a skull, and his body disintegrates into a pile of flesh and bone in less than 20 seconds. He had been killed mysteriously and quickly, despite being a Sequence 6 wind-blessed with the powerful creeping hunger. Alger's deduction. Alger is stunned by the mysterious death and immediately suspects the involvement of the Fool. Reasoning. Only members of the Tarot Club received the information in time. The speed and mystery of the kill, a Sequence 6 dying so quickly with no immediate enemy motive, points to the Fool's Blessed, a demigod, who happened to be in Backland and acted on the relayed intelligence. Cardinal Snake's analysis. Ace Snake concludes that Kilangos was killed by a high-sequence Beyonder, a demigod, Sequence 4 or 3, or someone using a sealed artifact of similar power. He initially suspects a member of the numinous episcopate, Death Pathway, but the motive remains unclear. The loyalty test. Kilangos' terrifying and irreversible disintegration strengthens Alger's loyalty. If I happen to betray Mr. Fool one day, Audrey's reward and secrecy. Audrey meets her father, Earl Hall, who confirms Kilangos is dead and reveals the massive rewards for her discovery. Reward. Earl Hall estimates the total reward, local and international bounties, plus Duke Negan's estate gift to be nearly £40,000. The secrecy dilemma. Audrey worries that accepting the bounty publicly would reveal her role and expose her identity, Justice, to Kilangos' organization or the new powerful killer. The solution. She plays the pitiful, weak, and helpless card, feigning fear of retaliation.
Earl Hall agrees to keep her role a secret and have someone else receive the bounty privately, thereby protecting her anonymity. Confirmation. She is thrilled, deducing that the unclear motive confirms the killer was likely Mr. Fool's Blessed, a demigod, acting on her tip. Her first official mission in the Tarot Club was a stunning success. She resolves to gather more Emperor Roselle diary pages as thanks for Mr. Fool, as he wouldn't be interested in mere money. Government concern. Duke Negan, Prime Minister Negan, and Archbishop Ace Snake meet secretly. They are gravely concerned about the presence of a powerful, mysterious, high-sequence beyonder, demigod, operating in Backland with unknown motives. They agree to cooperate with the Church of Evernight, Church of Machinery, the military, and intelligence agencies to identify the killer and their purpose. Azek State. Azek Eggers is shown in a Backland hotel, staring at his glove, which resembles thin human skin, and muttering in pain. I seem to have cooperated with them before. This suggests he may be the killer, and the skeletal messenger or glove is the source of the power, linked to his forgotten past. The news reaches Klein. Klein, who didn't sleep well due to lack of updates, learns the outcome from a Tingan Morning Post paperboy. The headline reads, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilongos killed in Backland. Pirate Kilongos shot dead by Duke's bodyguard in Backland. Klein is momentarily stunned, realizing his role as the boss behind the scenes meant he found out from the common newspapers. He wonders if Mr. Azek was the one who did the deed. Kilongos' death in the news. Klein reads the news of Kilongos' death in the Tingan Morning Post, noting the speed of information spread via telegraph, thanks to Roselle's inventions. He is momentarily shocked by the $10,000 bounty and wishes he could claim it. Outcome analysis. He deduces that because neither Justice nor the Hanged Man have contacted him, Azek, if he was the killer, is likely uninjured and in control of the situation. He decides to wait until night before sending an inquiry letter to Azek. Zio of Force's reaction. Zio and Force are equally stunned that Kilongos died so quickly, bypassing the normal investigation and ambush procedures. They are relieved of the threat, but worried about the size of their reward from Audrey. They decide to wait for Audrey to contact them to avoid suspicion from the authorities investigating the death. Lanovis' investigation concludes. Klein finishes his assigned investigation into Lanovis' associates, concluding they were all merely victims. Dunn shifts the team's focus away from Lanovis to guard against other incidents. New client. Klein and Dunn are approached by Maynard's wife and sister at the Blackthorn Security Company. Maynard's sister angrily claims the famous socialite and widow, Madame Sharon, Baron Quay's wife, is a bitch who caused her brother's death, which the police ruled as death by excessive drinking and sexual pleasure. The request. The family wants the Blackthorn Company to track and monitor Madame Sharon for 2 weeks to find evidence of her crimes, offering $50, or $250 if evidence is found. The hire. The client was referred by the tobacco merchant Vitvoy, whose son the Nighthawk saved, leading to the discovery of the Antigonus family notebook. Despite being short-handed, Dunn accepts the job and assigns it to Klein, citing it as an opportunity for Klein to learn tailing and monitoring techniques. Subcontracting. Klein follows Leonard's advice not to tail your target recklessly. He pays a mob boss $5 to have his illiterate underlings monitor Madame Sharon's routine for a few days, reimbursable. Azek's update. Klein has received one-sentence reply from Azek. I obtained the creeping hunger and recalled something. Klein confirms Azek is a high-sequence beyonder, but doesn't press for details. Opportunity. The mob boss's crude report indicates Madame Sharon will be at the Conservative Party's banquet that night. Klein seizes the opportunity to practice practical skills by sneaking into her house. The break-in. Utilizing his clown's balance and agility, Klein scales the outer wall and climbs the water pipe to the second-floor balcony. He uses a tarot card to pick the simple lock on the balcony door. The scent. Klein enters Madame Sharon's bedroom and immediately smells a faint, pervasive fragrance that affects him physically and mentally.
The realization. After quickly using cogitation to calm himself, he self-deprecatingly realizes the perfume is an aphrodisiac. Klein, having neutralized the aphrodisiac scent in the room, uses his spirit vision to search Madame Sharon's extravagantly decorated bedroom. The oil painting. He is drawn to an unfinished oil painting of Madame Sharon, naked, with an innocent expression that contradicts her mature features. The presence of the painting materials suggests Madame Sharon herself might be the artist, raising the thought of narcissism.
The search. Following Dunn and Leonard's instructions, Klein keeps his gloves on to avoid leaving prints and mentally catalogs the room's contents, relying on his seer/clown abilities to recall the arrangement later. Divination failure. He uses dowsing rod seeking, topaz pendulum, to divine for a secret room or hidden partition in the room, but the result is negative, counterclockwise spin. The safe and astral projection. The safe. Klein finds a meter-tall, heavy steel safe in the corner but is unable to open it. The plan. Rather than trying to pick the lock, he seals the room with spirituality and performs a summoning ritual to summon himself, astral projection, back to the world above the gray fog, believing Grandpa doesn't need to know how to lockpick. Divining in Sephira Castle. The power boost. From the seat of honor in Sephira Castle, where his powers are boosted and interferences removed, he redivines an old case. Statement: John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Result: positive, clockwise rotation. His previous divination in reality had been disrupted. Madame Sharon's identity. He then divines. Statement: Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Result: positive, clockwise rotation. Conclusion: Klein confirms Madame Sharon is a beyonder and that Maynard's death was murder via supernatural means. He suspects she might be a high-ranking member of the demoness pathway. Inside the safe, astral. Klein, in his astral projection state, pushes through the safe's thick metal door. He is immune to danger in this state, and his spirituality warns him of traps. He notes no unusual warnings. Contents: top layer, gold bars, stacks of cash, and jewelry. Middle layer, sealed documents, he can't physically open them. Bottom layer, a black and white photo of a suave young man who looks remarkably like Madame Sharon, intensifying Klein's demoness pathway suspicion. The hidden compartment. Klein detects an empty space behind the safe, a hidden compartment facing the wall. Inside, he finds ointments, fragrances, powdered herbs, and a central item, a palm-sized statue of a god in the form of a beautiful girl skeleton. Its long, thick hair, like venomous snakes, has eyes at the tip of every strand. The ominous sign. The white bone statue, which Klein suspects represents the primordial demoness, gives Klein the creeps. His spirituality stirs, signaling an ominous premonition. Madame Sharon's return. He looks outside and sees a carriage driving toward the gate. Madame Sharon is back. The escape. Klein quickly ends the summoning ritual, returns to his body, and flees the house via the balcony and water pipe, opting for a tactical retreat. Why should I fight against Madame Sharon alone? We can totally gank her. Madame Sharon's discovery. Moments after arriving, Madame Sharon enters her bedroom. Her pure eyes notice torn, nearly transparent threads that have fallen to the floor, evidence that someone with special senses, a beyonder, has infiltrated her room. The Nighthawk's raid. The report. Klein reports his findings to Dunn Smith. Madame Sharon is a suspected demoness sect member, confirmed by the young man's photo and the discovery of the primordial demoness statue, a key difference from orthodox gods who have only symbols, not anthropomorphic appearances. The plan. Dunn immediately decides they must act and seize her before she flees. He correctly estimates she is likely a mid-sequence beyonder, higher than sequence 7, and gathers a 3-man team. Dunn, Klein, a sleepless Kenley. The sealed artifact. Dunn retrieves the powerful and dangerous sealed artifact 3021, the spirit medium's mirror, and assigns Kenley to use it. Description.
3021, Grade 3, considerably dangerous. Must be stored in absolute darkness. The mirror reflects different images, often a sobbing girl or things of varying danger. Seeing oneself is the most dangerous situation. Final divination. As they approach Osna Street, Klein uses his pendulum one last time. There's danger inside. The medium-level clockwise spin confirms that Madame Sharon is still inside, but the danger level is not critically high. Klein realizes Madame Sharon is still in the house because his infiltration was too subtle to trigger a full flight reaction. She likely only suspects a normal break-in. The plan. Dunn, relying on his nightmare sequence power, decides to drag Madame Sharon into a dream state from a distance, creating an opportunity for Klein and Kenley to strike. He warns Klein, "Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance." The notification. After a few minutes of concentration, Dunn drags both Klein and Kenley into a temporary shared dream state. In this dream, Dunn confirms, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now." The infiltration. Klein and Kenley wake up and proceed. Klein, using his increased agility, scales the wall and climbs the water pipe. Kenley hands Klein the tightly wrapped spirit medium mirror 3021, which gives Klein a tight, dangerous sensation. Clown's agility. Klein successfully performs complex acrobatic movements, hanging upside down, flipping over, with effortless naturalness, confirming the subconscious augmentation of his clown beyonder power in action. The setup. Klein opens the balcony door, and Kenley points the unwrapped mirror down toward the tiles, following the rule to never reflect themselves or their partners. The trap. As they enter the bedroom, Madame Sharon is reclined in her chair, awake with a faint smile. She wasn't fooled, as the primordial demoness statue beside her kept her out of the deep sleep state. She immediately uses a beyonder power to entangle their limbs with invisible threads. Klein realizes the full-length mirror he saw earlier is gone. Kenley's mistake. Kenley instinctively flips the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. The mirror image of Madame Sharon blurs and turns into a full-length mirror, reflecting Kenley's own image. A sinister, expressionless image of Kenley appears inside the mirror. The most dangerous situation of 3021 has been activated. Klein's first charm. Bound by threads, Klein immediately shouts the ancient Hermes word, crimson, and drops a slumber charm at his feet. Uniqueness of the clown. The slumber charm affects all three, but Klein's unique body constitution allows him to maintain consciousness within the dream state and forcefully wake up, shaking off the binding thread slightly. First attack. While Madame Sharon is vacant, recovering from the slumber charm, Klein quickly burns the threads binding him with a spiritual flame and fires 2 silver demon hunting bullets at her. Madame Sharon's indistinct body shatters like a reflection, revealing she used a substitute, likely a demoness ability. The full-body mirror next to her also shatters into palm-sized fragments. Kenley's possession. Madame Sharon and Klein vanish. The sleeping Kenley wakes up, but is controlled by the mirror's sinister reflection, grabbing and choking his own neck. Klein's second charm. Klein quickly throws a requiem charm, crimson, which blankets the room in serenity. This calms Kenley, who relaxes his grip, and, crucially, augments Klein's clown foresight capability. The second counter. Relying on the enhanced foresight, Klein dodges a dagger attack from the rematerialized Madame Sharon and simultaneously grabs the spirit medium mirror 3021. Weaponizing 3021, Klein rolls away and points the mirror at Madame Sharon. The mirror reflects a woman in a white bedsheet who climbs out and pounces on Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon quickly defeats the mirror's manifestation with 7 black flames, which then fly at Klein, proving to be effective against living things/spirituality. Escalation. The invisible threads re-entangle Klein, and a transparent ice spear pierces the carpet where he intended to land. Klein reaches for Ozik's copper whistle in desperation. Kenley's transformation. Kenley suddenly leaps at Madame Sharon with vacant, shadow-blanketed eyes. Madame Sharon's black flames and frost spears have no effect on this new, silent state. Madame Sharon dodges Klein's final 2 bullets, picks up a mirror fragment, and reflects Kenley. Catastrophe. Madame Sharon successfully uses the mirror fragment against Kenley, who lets out a tragic scream, bends over and begins vomiting his own internal organs, heart, lungs, stomach, which are burning with black flames. The loss. Kenley is killed by the effect of the spirit medium mirror reflecting his possessed image back at him. The sight of his partner being killed due to a single mistake shocks Klein, who realizes the high cost of their profession. Klein's reckless shots. Driven by a huge blow, Klein empties his revolver at Madame Sharon. She is saved only by an invisible force that yanks her away. The return to rationality. Klein regains his composure when the empty chamber clicks. He quickly throws the now useless revolver aside and begins using his prepared tarot cards as weapons. He successfully uses a magician card to pin Madame Sharon's hair to the wall, briefly stopping her, which reveals the location of her invisibility. Madame Sharon's return to flight. Madame Sharon is forced to abandon her attack and attempts to flee because she knows a nightmare Dunn is nearby and fears Nighthawk and church reinforcements. Klein's final gamble. Klein throws multiple cards at the window and the door, successfully outlining Madame Sharon's invisible form. When she is briefly exposed, Dunn, operating from outside, successfully drags her into a dream state.
The final plan. Knowing Dunn can only hold her for 2 or 3 seconds, Klein rolls to the ground, grabs the spirit medium mirror 30217, and, before his reflection appears, tosses it toward the dream-paralyzed Madame Sharon, mirror side facing her. The mirror's effect. Madame Sharon's eyes snap open, but she sees her own reflection contorted into a rotting, wounded corpse. She lets out a shrill cry of horror. She immediately attempts to expel the mirror's influence by igniting a silent black flame from within, which then condenses into a frost coffin enveloped by her invisible threads, creating a gigantic cocoon. Dunn's arrival. Dunn somersaults through the broken window frame just as the cocoon cracks open. Seeing Kenley's death, his expression darkens. Dunn's final restraint. Madame Sharon, looking fatigued but normal, sees Dunn pressing his finger to his glabella, activating his nightmare powers. The ripple of formless energy makes her eyelids droop uncontrollably. The kill. Klein, now prone, quickly reloads his revolver with 3 demon-hunting bullets. He takes aim and fires. First shot. Hits her forehead, causing a bloody gash, but fails to pierce the skull due to layers of obstruction. Second and third shots. Klein fires without hesitation, turning Madame Sharon's head into a mutilated corpse. She had run out of substitutes. Aftermath. Dunn confirms the victory, stating that without the accidental reflection of the sealed artifact, they would have only injured her. Dunn performs a silent prayer for Kenley and closes his eyes. May the goddess bless you. May you find true peace. The mediumship. Klein immediately sets up an altar for channeling. Dunn warns him not to ask about the primordial demoness. Dream divination for partners. Using dream divination on Madame Sharon's soul, Klein enters a hazy world. The revelation, Scene 1. He sees Madame Sharon handing an ancient bronze book to instigator Trissy, Sequence 8. Madame Sharon confirms the sect's name and explains why the upper echelons are all female. Sequence 7 for assassin or instigator is witch. The revelation, Scene 2. Klein sees a lady in a white robe with her back to Madame Sharon. She confirms that they can achieve sainthood, demigod, and salvation by advancing toward the primordial, demoness. The question of gender. Madame Sharon asks if they must become women because the primordial is female, symbolizing destruction. The answer. The lady calmly replies, no, men are the same. They are the synonym of war. These are 2 similar pathways. Klein reflects on the similarity between the demoness sequence pathway, witch, instigator, assassin, and another pathway, whose sequence 9 is the synonym of war. He considers and eliminates several options, concluding that the most likely candidates are the Hunter, Faceac Empire, Iron and Blood Cross Order, Criminal, Blood Sanctify Sect, or Prisoner, Rose School of Thought. Through his spirit mediumship with Madame Sharon's soul, Klein retrieves information about the demoness sequence pathway before her spirit dissipates. Sequence number 6, Demoness of Pleasure. Formula, main, a pair of succulous eyes,
an adult black widow silk gland, supplementary, purified water, black jimsonweed juice, succulus hair remnants, Faina Potter fly powder, real mummy ashes. Traits: enhanced beauty, better at seduction, can provide unforgettable pleasure. Irresistible pleasure is a form of agony. Ability to create strange threads like a spider. 7. Witch. Formula: main, every drop of an abyss demonic fish's blood, an agate peacock's egg. Supplementary: purified water, jimsonweed juice, shadow lizard scales, daffodil juice. Traits: becomes a true woman, enhanced charm or appearance, ability to turn invisible and use substitutes, rudimentary mastery of dark magic, skilled at disrupting divination, gains the favor of black flame and icy frost. The acting requirement emphasizes becoming more and more like the primordial demoness, a woman. 8. Instigator. Formula revealed but not detailed in this excerpt. 9. Assassin. Formula revealed but not detailed in this excerpt. The mayor's motive. Through divination, Klein confirms that Madame Sharon was not instigated by her lovers, including the current mayor, to kill Maynard. Her action was voluntary. She lacked a strong, sensible motive, which confuses Klein, as it was a risky action that exposed her assets. Further divination on her true motive only showed her making a solemn, final decision while drinking red wine. Klein's suspicions. Klein attempts to ask Dunn about the process for confirming if the servants are asleep. The crimson blood. As Klein turns back toward the bedroom, he looks through the ajar door and sees Dunn Smith kneeling beside Kenley's corpse, with crimson blood covering the corners of his lips. Retreat and confusion. Klein quietly retreats, his mind a mess, wondering if Dunn is losing control or if he was drinking blood. He notices that Dunn's chronic poor memory, a sign of potential loss of control, hasn't improved. Confrontation avoided. Klein returns to the room, pretending his observation was an illusion. Dunn, looking clean and serious, apologizes for his mistake in forgetting to check on the servants, which Klein notes is unusually defensive. The corpses. While Dunn confirms the servants are still asleep, Klein secretly examines the corpses. He finds them pale, rapidly turning blue-black, and feels they are missing something, though he can't pinpoint what. Cleaning up. Klein helps clean up the scene, then returns to Zoutland Street to fetch Fry, who was concerned but advised Klein to trust his partners.
The letter to Daly. Back home, exhausted, Klein struggles to write a direct accusation. He finally decides to report the facts neutrally to Daly, asking for her opinion on the captain's state. At that moment, through the mirror's reflection, I saw the captain kneeling beside Kenley's corpse, with crimson blood covering his mouth. The letter to Ozick. He then writes to Mr. Ozick, describing the strange incident with his superior and asking if he has encountered similar situations in his memories or how he can help. Ozick's letter sent. Klein uses Ozick's copper whistle to summon the 4-meter-tall white bone messenger and sends his letter asking for advice on Dunn's strange behavior. Divination above the fog. Klein enters Saphira Castle to divine Dunn's situation, eliminating external interference. Statement: Dunn Smith's abnormality would lead me into danger. Result: positive. Clockwise spin, significant speed amplitude. This confirms that Dunn's behavior is dangerous to Klein. Fail divination. He tries to divine the reason for Dunn Smith's abnormality, but the divination fails due to insufficient information. Only gray fog appears in the dream. Clan gathering canceled. Since he is unable to respond during his current duty shift, Klein waits until morning to formally notify Justice and the Hanged Man of the Key Longos case aftermath and their inability to attend the next gathering. He then sends a message to the Sun that the gathering is canceled temporarily. Klein receives Ozick's reply, delivered by the Bone Messenger. Ozick offers two main theories for Dunn's crimson blood behavior. Theory: Ozick's explanation, Klein's evaluation. Vampire potion. Dunn might have mistakenly consumed a vampire sequence potion, leading to a half-insane state since the sleepless pathway is not interchangeable with vampire. Vampires are long-lived, healthy, and handsome, which might tempt someone to accept half-insanity. Ruled out. Dunn shows no signs of half-insanity besides poor memory and otherwise acts normally. Mutant. Dunn might be a potential mutant, a human who has an innate, suppressed, twisted desire for blood or massacre that erupts upon contact with a trigger, Kenley's death. They return to normal but become progressively more merciless. Werewolves are a similar example. Possible. The theory matches the sudden, temporary eruption of desire and the subsequent return to normal. However, it could still be a precursor to losing control. Interchangeable pathways. Ozick notes that the Evernight sleepless pathway is interchangeable at high sequences with the death and giant or god of combat pathways. Insight gained. This information explains why the churches are often mortal enemies due to conflicting pathways and suggests a possible reason for the fall of death in the Pale Era. Ozick advises Klein to report the warning signs to his superior immediately. Klein resolves to wait for Daly's reply before acting. New mission. Klein is woken from a sleep induced by cogitation by Dunn, who appears in his dream to give him a mission. Lenevis has been located and Klein must assist Leonard. Location: 62 Howe Street, the area where Welch and other Aurora Order members lived. The clue. Leonard explains he linked the Quilandos case to the Aurora Order member Sirius Arapis. He investigated Howe Street residents and found that the resident at number 62 left after Hanas Vincent's death and that an old man recognized Lenevis's photo as looking similar to the tenant. Divination of location. Klein divines for a secret chamber or hidden compartment in the building, receives a positive result, and then divines the location. The dream shows him a wooden bookshelf where a book has been removed, revealing the hidden space. The letter. Leonard finds the mechanism in the bookshelf and opens the hidden compartment, revealing a single letter. Lenevis's taunt. The letter is addressed to the investigators and reads, "Ha ha, congratulations. Congratulations on finally finding this letter. This means that you're not too stupid nor too slow. You qualify to take part in this game of life and death that I've designed. I see boundless resentment surrounding every factory, turning the surroundings oppressive and gloomy. This is the worst of times and also the best of times. Our game shall take place under such a setting. Fools, prepare yourselves. I'm going to issue you a hint. Ladies and gentlemen, the hint is that I've placed a bomb in Tingen, a bomb that will grow stronger over time. The entire city of Tingen will be reduced to a ruin." Initial analysis. Leonard suspects the term bomb is figurative, but Klein immediately suggests it's a mystical concept, like an evil ritual accumulating power. The power source. They connect the bomb's growing stronger to the letter's description of boundless resentment surrounding every factory, from dead child laborers and suffering workers. Official report. They agree to report to Dunn Smith immediately and request a mysticism expert from the Holy Cathedral to locate the ritual's altar. The settlement. Upon returning to the Blackthorn Security Company, they encounter Mrs. Maynard and her sister, who pay Klein £230 for their successful work on Madame Sharon. Official narrative. The newspaper reports that Madame Sharon died resisting arrest for pagan ceremony and the murder of MP Maynard, and that Mayor Dennis resigned due to worsening public security. Kenley is honored as a heroic police officer, unnamed for protection. The visitor. A young, pregnant woman named Miss Megos arrives at the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein recognizes her as the victim Lenevis conned, who is pregnant with his child. Coincidence. Megos explains her visit. "Somehow or other, I suddenly thought of coming. My child told me. He knows a lot. He's very smart." The clown's foresight. Klein attempts to activate his spirit vision to check her mental state, but his spiritual foresight screams an intense warning. "Don't look, you'll die if you look."
The real bomb. Klein realizes the terrifying truth. The bomb is the baby in Megos's stomach. He connects this to Hood-Yugen psychiatrist help, Lenevis's ritual, the factory resentment, and the chilling phrase, "Do not look directly at God." He fears the fetus is the spawn of an evil god or a legendary creature. Dunn is alerted. Klein rushes into Dunn's office and explains the situation and his deduction. Lenevis, with Hood-Yugen's help, used Megos as a vessel to gestate a power, possibly linked to the true creator, that is rapidly growing using factory resentment as its fuel. Dunn's response. Dunn immediately accepts the severity and outlines emergency steps. Send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral for urgent assistance. Instruct Leonard to keep Megos calm and accompany her. Evacuate all non-combatants, Mrs. Oriana, Rosanne, other clerks. He will go to Chanisgate to prepare the ashes of Saint Selena, a Grade 1 sealed artifact, for the worst-case scenario. Inform the mandated punishers and machinery hive for reinforcement. Confirming the corruption. Klein suggests checking if the mandated Punisher member who lost control earlier was tracking Megos. Dunn agrees and includes this in the telegrams. The immediate reply from the mandated Punishers confirms, "Yes, we will be there immediately." This confirms that the lost control incident was likely due to the baby's corruption.
The obvious coincidence. Klein notes that Megos's visit right after finding the letter is a too obvious and direct coincidence, suggesting the person behind the events is stepping out of the shadows. Sealed artifacts. Dunn retrieves the St. Selena's ashes, a silver bone box, and instructs Klein to go to Chanisgate to select the most powerful offensive Grade 2 sealed artifact. Klein realizes his flaring sun charm is likely comparable in power, and he notices that the inhibitory cold sensation from Ozik's copper whistle has returned. Warning Ozik. Klein, deciding against wasting time on a Grade 2 sealed artifact, uses the restored connection to Ozik's whistle to send an urgent letter to the messenger. The person who made my fate disharmonious and stole the skull of your child has appeared. He has arranged for Megos to enter the Blackthorn Security Company. It's highly likely that Megos is harboring the son of an evil god. The situation is very urgent. Klein is relieved to learn that Daly forwarded his letter directly to Dunn, meaning the captain's abnormality is not a sign of losing control. Dunn then explains the true reason for his strange behavior. The law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. Dunn reveals a secret law of mysticism. When a Beyonder dies normally, they leave behind remains that are equivalent to the sequence potion, lacking supplementary ingredients. The Beyonder characteristics are never destroyed. The ritual. Years ago, Dunn chose to accept a unique, simple ritual from the Holy Cathedral that allows him to temporarily consume the remains of Nighthawks from his sequence, Sleepless, Nightmare, or lower. The purpose, the guardian. He chose this not for power. It increases difficulty in digesting his own potion, but because he couldn't bear to part with his fallen partners, Adelaide, Dwayne, Hitta, Kenley, etc. By consuming their remains, he believes they are still fighting alongside him, protecting Tinjin. I hoped to continue fighting with them, to protect Tinjin City with them. Thus, I chose to consume their remains. They're still with me in my dreams. Abilities. This process has augmented his Beyonder characteristics, making his dream abilities comparable to a Sequence 6. Sealed artifact choice. Klein goes to Chanisgate to select a Grade 2 sealed artifact, deciding on 2105, Blood Vessel Thief. Description: a thick, stiffened blood vessel that steals the life of anyone who touches it. Ability: can steal an ability from a target within range for 10 minutes, even from high sequence Beyonders, low probability. Plan: Klein intends to give it to Leonard to use as he already has the Flaring Sun Charm, likely Grade 2 level power. Fry's position: he briefly speaks with Sikatron, the keeper, who advises him to stay at Chanisgate, but Klein insists on going upstairs, arguing the danger is less than guarding the volatile sealed artifacts.
Transfer. Klein receives the blood vessel thief, a pale blood vessel, and feels a faint current upon touching it. Magos worsens. Back upstairs, Leonard maintains the conversation while Magos grows restless. She casually pulls out a handful of her blonde hair and throws it away. Mutation begins. Magos reaches for her face, clawing out a piece of flesh, and smiles, revealing exposed white teeth and bright red gums where her lips should be. Her tone becomes ethereal as she says, "My child is a little restless." Leonard's assessment. Horrified, Leonard confirms the situation has worsened. In no more than 3 minutes, Magos will undergo a mutation and her child will descend upon us. The final plan. Leonard takes the blood vessel thief to 105 from Klein. Dunn, holding the St. Selena's ashes, gives the final order. "I'll head out with St. Selena's ashes first. Come out after 10 seconds. Remember, come out only after you finish counting to 10. Then, regardless of my condition, direct your strongest attacks at Magos and her baby without wasting time." The last goodbye. Dunn looks back at Klein and Leonard, his gray eyes gentle, and offers his final words of encouragement. "Don't worry about me. I'm not alone. Adelaide, Dwayne, Hitta, and Kenley are all fighting alongside me, no matter what kind of danger I face. We're guarding Tingen City." Dunn walks out. Dunn steps through the partition into the reception hall, leaving Klein and Leonard counting down to the imminent battle. Klein and Leonard begin their countdown as Dunn Smith carries St. Selena's ashes into the reception hall. The attack. Magos, severely mutated and tearing at her own flesh, unleashes a terrifying shriek, "You want to kill my child!" that acts like a sledgehammer, causing Klein and Leonard to bleed from their eyes, nose, and lips. Dunn is thrown back violently, but maintains his grip on the urn. The black threads. Dunn opens the urn, releasing deep darkness and countless black, cold, smooth threads that bind Magos, suppressing her blight-tainted flames and movements. Leonard's action. At the count of 1, Klein and Leonard rush out. Magos prepares to utter the blaspheme curse, but Leonard, using the blood vessel thief 2105, successfully steals the ability to speak, evoke curses. Klein's action. Klein seizes the opportunity, shouting the Hermes word for light, and throws the flaring sun charm. It merges with the sunlight pouring through a hole in the ceiling and explodes into a sphere of intense, concentrated flame and light, enveloping Magos. The second stage. The light disperses, and Magos appears to be gone, but Klein's clown instincts scream danger. A long arm with an impossibly fast, sharp white bone blade cleaves the spot where Klein was, slicing deep into his right chest. Magos's return. The headless Magos, her left arm now the bone blade, her body charred, eyes replaced by faint white flames, ignores the threads and attacks Klein. Leonard uses the stolen blaspheme curse, submit, to briefly freeze her. The sacrifice. Magos's head explodes, and she breaks free, slamming into Leonard and knocking him unconscious. Dunn, to prevent her escape, forces his nightmare abilities, tentacle-like objects, out of his back, which are instantly destroyed but absorbed by the black threads. Dunn's final act. As the baby's cries, "Wah," suppress the black threads again, Dunn makes the ultimate sacrifice. He stabs his right hand into his own left chest, pulls out his beating heart, and stuffs it into St. Selena's ashes. Victory. The threads, infused with Dunn's life and will, swarm Magos, sealing the baby's cries. Klein, tears streaming, throws his last flaring sun charm, which concentrates the sunlight and explodes. Magos's body crumbles, and the terrified, furious ball of black gas, the spawn, dissolved, exorcised by the light. We saved Tingen. Dunn Smith turns to Klein, his face pale, with a warm, relaxed expression, and his final words are, "We saved Tingen." Dunn falls. The heart in the urn stops beating, scattering into light. Dunn's eyes lose all luster, and he falls backward to the ground. The new enemy. As Dunn's urn rolls to Klein's feet, a slightly pale, blood-drenched palm bursts through Klein's left chest. Klein loses consciousness as he sees the pale hand retrieve the St. Selena's ashes urn. Leonard wakes. A few minutes later, Leonard Mitchell regains consciousness, sees Dunn and Klein lying side by side, both with fatal wounds to their left chest. Grief and hatred. Leonard collapses, weeping, pounding the floor in agony, hatred, and self-abhorrence as the mandated punishers and machinery hive mind arrive at the scene of devastation.
Klein wakes up in his own coffin at the Raphael Cemetery. His body, including the mortal wound and missing heart, is slowly regenerating due to a resurrection ability tied to his transmigration. Recovery and limits. He realizes this ability exists, but speculates he can only resurrect another 2 times at most. Cleaning up. Using his clown ability, he covers his grave, digs out Isaac's copper whistle, and buttons his dirted new suit, bemoaning Melissa and Benson for spending money on a new one. Dunn's grave. Klein locates Dunn Smith's tombstone. Epitaph. The true guardian, the most trusted partner, the captain forever. Grief and vow. Klein is overwhelmed with emotion, crying softly and shouting, "Captain, we miss you too." He vows vengeance, feeling like an evil spirit that has clawed its way back from hell to seek revenge. Klein enters the world above the gray fog to use divination to identify and locate his killer. Divination results. Target, statement, resulting vision, conclusion. Killer, the person who killed me. A middle-aged man with short, dark blonde hair, a black suit, 1 blind eye, and 1 blue-black eye holding St. Selena's urn. Killer is Ince Zangwill, former archbishop who took sealed artifact 08. Motive, pendant confirmation. Topaz spins clockwise, success. Ince Zangwill orchestrated events to obtain St. Selena's ashes and advance to Sequence 4, Night Watcher, Sleepless Pathway. Ince Zangwill's location. The city where Ince Zangwill currently is. Wide, murky river, grand bridge, ports, Lowen Kingdom architecture, and smoky backland. He is in Backland, the capital. Lenavis's location. The same vision of Backland. Lenavis is also in Backland. Klein suspects Lenavis gained powerful benefits, making his location difficult to pinpoint precisely. Opportunity. My opportunities of becoming powerful. 1. The city of Backland. 2. A magnificent peak, a majestic palace, a giant throne, and a strange vertical pupil, likely the Hornassus mountain range treasure. Klein decides to head to Backland first, knowing the mountain range is too dangerous. Klein exits the gray fog, realizing his enemies are in Backland, but he lacks the strength for revenge against a demigod. He decides to raise his sequence and gather powerful items. Financial preparation. Since he is dead, he has no money. He walks to the Backland Bank branch in Tingen and retrieves £200 from his anonymous account. Logistics. He buys new clothes, a cane, and luggage, then purchases a second-class train ticket for the 2 p.m. train to Backland. The impulse. While waiting, he is overcome with the urge to see his siblings. He returns to Daffodil Street. A final farewell. Hiding across the street, he sees Melissa and Benson emerge, both looking thin, haggard, and dressed in black mourning clothes. The circus. Klein follows them to a municipal square where Benson has taken Melissa to a circus, attempting to cheer her up. Melissa is numb and sullen. The clown, watching from the crowd, instinctively reaches out when Melissa stumbles. He then gets an idea and pays to join the performers. A clown, implied to be Klein, runs toward them, performing a trick, and conjures a golden Seville chrysanthemum, symbolizing happiness, and presents it to Melissa and Benson. The true plot, Ince Zangwill's perspective. The Notebook's influence. The Notebook's bloodline influence guides it from a secret order member, Regents, to the Aurora Order, Sirius and Hanas, and finally to Welch. The subsequent chaos, Welch's death, Klein joining the Nighthawks, is simply the story's development. Ray Bieber's flaw.
Bieber's poor state of mind leads him to stay in Tingen, making him easy to track and eliminate. Klein's interference. Klein inexplicably survives the Notebook's calling to commit suicide. Klein inexplicably kills the Secret Order Secret 7 member, an event that should have been handled by Leonard. Klein's spiritual guidance from Azek allows him to discover the clues to the Crimson Chimney House, Ince Zangwill's hideout. Klein, through inspiration from Daly and Old Neil, teaches Dunn the acting method, which alleviates Dunn's contamination from the Notebook, a major disruption to Ince's plans. The Lenavis ritual. Ince Zangwill secretly helped Lenavis complete the ritual to conceive the true creator's spawn by splitting off half of a descendant of Death's characteristic and planting it in Magos. This characteristic allowed Magos to survive the process. The setup. Lenavis, terrified of becoming a sacrifice, leaves a letter to trigger the Beyonders. Ince Zangwill, after being reminded of his influence, continues to act. The final act, the setup for Dunn's death. Dunn's plan to lure Magos behind Channescate, where artifacts could help, was flawed because his mind was unstable due to recent events, Kenley's death and consuming his characteristic, and he failed to account for a deity son being able to sense and be triggered by the threat of St. Selena's urn. The resulting battle, with the aid of the urn, the blood vessel thief, and Klein's strangely appeared high-level charms, resulted in Magos's death, the exorcism of the spawn, and the death of Dunn Smith. The goal achieved. Dunn's death severely damaged the power of St. Selena's ashes, fitting Ince Zangwill's intention. The final betrayal. Ince Zangwill, having killed the disruptive Klein Moretti, stole the St. Selena's ashes. Advancement. Ince Zangwill combined the ashes with the remaining half of the Death Descendant's characteristic and advanced from Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, Death Pathway, to Sequence 4, Night Watcher, Evernight Pathway, becoming a demigod. Final note. Ince Zangwill closes his notebook stating, Tingen's story ends here. Leonard's resolve. Leonard Mitchell is recovering in the catacombs basement, vacant with shock and grief. He receives the late, unencrypted telegram from the Holy Cathedral. Beware of Ince Zangwill. Beware of sealed artifact 008. Upon realizing Ince Zangwill is the culprit, Leonard's grief turns into burning resolve. He decides to apply to join the Red Gloves, the church's elite unrestricted hunting team, for revenge. The news to the family. Leonard informs Melissa and Benson of Klein's death. Melissa's tickets for the play, The Return of the Count, drop to the floor. Benson leaves the room to splash water on his face, unable to mask his grief and shock. The funeral. A few days later, a joint funeral is held for Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti at the Raphael Cemetery. Klein's coffin is lowered into the grave. Melissa kneels and tosses the copper whistle, Azek's messenger tool, into the grave with the coffin. Klein's epitaph reads, the best elder brother, the best younger brother, the best colleague. Later that night, the copper-skinned Azek visits the grave. He sighs, I'm sorry, I was 10 minutes late, but I think I know who it was. He leaves a bouquet of white flowers, but does not retrieve the copper whistle, then departs Tingen. The resurrection. Under the crimson moonlight, the stone slab and coffin lid are pushed open. A pale hand extends from the soil. Klein rises, confused. His last memory is the palm grabbing the urn. The miracle. He instinctively checks his left test. The catastrophic injury and missing heart are squirming and healing, much like the time he recovered from the bullet to his temple, but much slower.